Son of man birthed in the sky as a fetus. Cosmic hitman, most high, the elitist. Power of the one, I can rise to the secrets. My light shine, open up our eyes like a phoenix. Son of man birthed in the sky as a fetus. Cosmic hitman, most high, the elitist. Showers in the sun, bathe my eyes in uniqueness. Zodiac God, all praise ASTROLOGEZUS. Silly God, Zodiac, stellar field ruler. Ferris wheel Bueller, seven seal jeweler. Flow is so hot, I made the devil feel cooler. My love is so high, the seven heavens kneel to you. Versus scorch, burn the human torch when I'm flaming on. My heat made their favorite cuts, that's filet mignon. Face the door, nature spawn. Haters going, faders drawn. Wanna keep you king, be careful when you place the pawns. Body still firm, ain't no telling where my brain's been. Midnight oil burner written with a vape pen. Hidden in my brainstem, wisdom is a strange gem. I be speaking in tongues in sun dialect. Giant who be stepping on tanks, I punch fighter jets. Zodiac is raining invisible, spun spider nets. Thought alarm waking the dead with no timer set. Radio is putting in work, it's no idle threat. Used to cash checks to buy, now we buy checks with cash. Like Nike cereal and Instagram seller badge. I stay flying, I won't back down yet. Put they money up behind me, that's a background check. Son of man birthed in the sky as a fetus. Cosmic hitman, most high, the elitist. Power of the one, I can rise to the secrets. My light shine, open up our eyes like a phoenix. Son of man birthed in the sky as a fetus. Cosmic hitman, most high, the elitist. Showers in the sun, bathe my eyes in uniqueness. Zodiac God, all praise ASTROLOGEZUS. Yeah, flaming headdress, glowing eyes, the prestigious. Portals in the ocean, in the sky are the deepest. Zodiac records, I supply you repeaters. ASTROLOGEZUS, go and fly to the peaks. Out this world where the mind's eye couldn't reach us. I am so aware, with record needles, I be threading time fabric into flesh. I can sow the air. Teddy pentagrammatine, I expose the red. You claiming block you rep, but you don't even know your square. Kai Zodiac, I'm bright like a solar flare. White robe from the fur of a polar bear. Sperm made a golden glare. Words from a yogi prayer. Outer space solar. Filling up the spot, you are now a placeholder. Don't know how to play soldier. I spoke deep like the sound was played slower. Illuminate the arc to bring us now to wake Noah. Halo on the crown, that's a holy war. Man versus machine, that's the holy war. Told me more, man's an android with the circuitry that no one saw. Into demons' layers, with the demon slayers. Swimming through the dreams and layers. Wisdom for your streaming players. I see through you if you lying, that's a CAT scan. Blow a hole through your group, now that's the Gap Band. Burning Aries in the dust, that's an ash ram. I try to jog my memory, but the past ran. Lunar cycle next phase, hidden like a masked man. Ninja with the fast hands, quicker than the flash can. Never saw my blade till it hit him when they crash land. Son of man birthed in the sky as a fetus. Cosmic hitman, most high, the elitist. Power of the one, I can rise to the secrets. My light shine, open up our eyes like a phoenix. Son of man birthed in the sky as a fetus. Cosmic hitman, most high, the elitist. Showers in the sun, bathe my eyes in uniqueness. Zodiac God, all praise ASTROLOGEZUS. King the immortalized, man to a titan. Superman the man, fill my hands with the lightning. Eyes hold forever, understand, be enlightened. Superman the man, I expand your horizon. King the immortalized, man to a titan. Superman the man, still I am, is exciting. Eyes hold forever, understand, be enlightened. Superman the man, raise your hands, I'm arriving.
Peace.
Peace and welcome back. The doors are open to the congregation of ASTROLOGEZUS. Salute to everybody in the chat. and knows where it's at. We're about to take them to a whole nother world today. Now it's born. How you feeling?
Good Lord. You see what I'm saying? I had to put on my Muhammad Ali because we're dealing with the greatest. You see what I'm saying? All praise ASTROLOGEZUS. ASTROLOGEZUS is for the children. We're in the building and it's going up. Nothing can stop us. We all the way, 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 all the way.
From the bottom to the top. For everything that goes up, eventually it drops. And back up again. That's the cycle. So we're dealing with some very interesting, extreme, transformative times right now, you know. So we're gonna get into some depth today. We're gonna get into the new moon and everything that entails, because this is not a time that's all light. This time is the light versus the shadow, right? The hero versus the villain. Both of you, right? Both two parts of one. The night and the day, sunrise and the sunset with one sun. So we're going to get into how this energy in us from within and without, right? And we're going to connect that to the legend of ZEROY. For those who have seen it, it's like my Juba incense. For those who've seen it and for those who haven't, we're going to go into the story and show you how art imitates life. Life imitates art. And if you pay close attention, you'll see yourself in it from the start. When you pass it to Knowledge Born, he's going to pick it all apart. Hidden all the charts. Wisdom from the arts.
I don't know what y'all gonna do, but it's got to be funky. I don't care who go first or who go last. Okay, that's what they said at the beginning of the symphony, and I was like, and consequently, or coincidentally, even though ain't no such thing, one of my favorite Big Daddy Kane lines is on that song. Matter of fact, my favorite Big Daddy Kane line is on that song. In his verse, he said, "I'm walking the path that Allah made." Look at where we find ourselves right now. We about to get into the legend in its full viewing, artistic, masterful pleasure. Part 1 and part 2. So while we playing part 1 and part 2, get your notes together, get your commentary together, tell a friend to tell a friend. We live. The Church of ASTROLOGEZUS, the congregation is open. ASTROLOGEZUS is here in full form, and we about to do it like no other, because he does it like no other. Let's go.
Yeah. ZEROY, the truth from no decoy. Hey yo, lung food, spirit flipping, catch the arrow while blindfold. To know without knowing, searching for the sublime glow. No longer your master taught you everything I know. That's when the master said our time was complete. Told me about the 7 levels I was trying to reach. kick Rick, go medallion, left to fly through the streets to beat it. Unsung joy, seek for some dumb goy, turn into a wise man. That was some dumb boy. Bruce Lee upon the screen while they breaking the aisle. Somebody smashed their radio, watch them breaking the style. Sort of walking to the room, shorty breaks in the smile. Hands on his face, points to these praising my style. Fist in my face, surrounded, he's clowning. I can't listen. The secret, waste eyes and clouded by ambition. Listen, he said I got something real for you in these hands. Superman stories about the legendary Z-Man. The White Side, Bruce ZEROY. They spoke deep plans with these hands. I give them the beats with no tree brands. Please I make a toast with just one glass up. During the show, a fool screaming, shut your dumb ass up. Out the book of life was given, only one match struck. But all 50 of you come to the stage just for the fun of it. Smashing heads, biting their legs, chopsticks, I'm done. I dipped, stepped on the elevator. Press number 7, I thought I reached the final level, but it wasn't heaven. Kai Elohim, the bar, kissed the rhythm of the nighttime. Begging Vanity to spin the song and get the night fine. When she declined his offer, Eddie was pissed. Little bro was in the crowd, catching the kiss. Eye connection while she left and hopping the side of the lift. Caught her slipping by the exit, driver stressing his fist before a strucker caught his hand and put his men in the switch. Helped the brother eyes connected, then I left him in the mist. Quick, Eddie was living with his men all bruised. Back at the dojo, on a walk that made me bend with shoes. Damn, didn't want to do it, have my mans inside a headlock. Reluctantly, my head dropped. Kiss his shoes, got up, hit the roof back at the rest spot. Logo on the screen, looking fine, it's like a Libra. I get like a diva, I would like to see you. I would like to see him. Fire like a fever, like a lion to the zebra. Even said it'll bring me to you if I carry him and rap there. Fashionable cashmere, the crate looks like a half chair. Waited outside, that's when fate would collide. The kidnapped her, but I peeped it, got the place in the ride. Yo, made her watch some garbage video, I kicked in the door. Like notorious for dogs, I threw up hitting all 4. Eddie's head in the piranha tank that dripped on the floor. Hide heads need cool water, take a sip that I pour. Next we hit her ass, posted as she slid off her shoes. Like a bird with a hidden nest, I'm missing the clues. Blindfolded, private eye that blinks, the mission is smooth. Record players spinning slowly, couldn't get in the groove. Love is clumsy, kinda awkward, found the gift that I lose. Present things return more valuable than this I can prove. Made a necklace, made an exit, hope that this is excused. Course of love is not rejection, like a kiss that's refused. Wanna smash, got a dash, what's a nigga to do? You socket to me, I socket to you. Cool breeze blowing through, dancing posse crew. Where's the master? Here's the laughter, left us funny but you. The master's busy acting silly, left me stuck for a few. I saw I'm stepping in the pizza shop, whole crew with shoulder pads, screaming on his folks' dad. Oh, you mean Junior? Yeah, Junior, things is going bad. Mama throwing dough in their face like strip clubbing. Little bro got tossed in the trash, yo, kick something. Who plays his garbage shit in the glass in the brick oven? It's better than big loving. Z, I'm the baddest man around, you ain't gotta like me. Just take a chicken-hearted son, now he's gotta fight me. Shut up as they speeding off, hug my mama tightly. They all looking down on me when I'm God Almighty. Hit the heavy bag, imagine the sim. Lord walking, smiling at me while I'm mad at the gym. Said she needs a bodyguard to guard her African skin. Said I should look like a master as she laughed with a grin. So seductive while I'm down the lotus flower that has some bloom. Eddie Arcadian was good enough as cast of goons. Am I the meanest, the baddest, and the prettiest? Keep your money, I just wanna smash until he's hideous. I bumped into Laura, the apologies mine. Took a ride, look inside, surprised and shocked at one time. Kissed her while my brother spying, there's a lot on the line. Like Bruce and his opponents lay, I jetted, not a good time. Once the coast was clear, the folks appeared and tied them up both. Set the stage, the beast have left the cage of silence, they host. Hey my man, but it's looking like one pie gets a hoax. Straight from Daddy Green's pizza, rolling dice as I told. I wanna see the master now, put these guys in the yoke. For a fortune cookie machine with hidden lines that I quote. From a master that don't exist, from mouth that I isn't broke. My former teacher pointed at me like the lines in the scope. I was born a quiet storm, was brewing high into slopes. Brought an arsenal of weapons, crept inside with no cloak. Corrupt powers, tied as break dancing, slide from you ropes. Announced me once I hit the stage like I was miming the host. In the zodiac circle in the sight buzz spokes. Each degrees and blade and angle, cut the pie in the ghost. None chuck and punch struck him, 25 of them smoke. Took a lie at the rope, tossed aside as I choked. They kept coming, always lost to the arrival of most. My students came to shoot a flame, my troops collided the goat. Tasting Eddie through a warehouse, bullets fly through the toast. Though a ninja starts and darts and turn his guy into a roast. Save my brother from a scuffle, locked inside of his boat. Shut up every simple final boss and working it slow. block and punches with berserkers I throw. Many certain blows kick me through the surface exposed. I return the favor, resting while he's hurting. I pose and turn a second, then he vanished to return with a glow. Who's the master, boost and battered to the surface below. Like red lightning at his fingertips, you hurting them, Zoe. Couldn't say it till I waited in the waters to grow. It's one place I never looked to find the source of the flow. Emerging from the baptism, back dripping like a rich apostle who became Christ. Like the fish couldn't miss the gospel. Saw visions in the mind, swimming with no goggles, no gillies on the kid. Waited but I didn't wallow. The last time I had emerged, Fibonacci spiral. Look at Vitruvian man, to the heights I flew. Glistening radiance, more like a supernova. You got the glow, I got the glow. Go check the beauty thrower. Can I kick him to the tub? This dude is dookie odor. ZEROY green talkers, what you gonna do to Yoda? Hung him out to dry and see the bullets about to fly. Bow scum sucker, pull the trigger out and down they cry. And when he came to check, my body was dead. Caught the bullet in my teeth and I stuck inside of my head. That's how my joint got crooked. Look how he got tied up instead. Pigs took him over, looking off the side of the legs. I'm still glowing, still growing to the skies I spread. Sit with me in the groove, I walk in, all white. Could you teach me some moves? I done brought my paintbrush. Did you see what we drew? In our last life, the death couldn't keep me from you. Hold my hand, sit with me in the groove, I walk in, all white. Could you teach me some moves? I done brought my paintbrush. Did you see what we drew? In our last life, the death couldn't keep me from you. So I live forever. Many lives search for hidden treasure, living lecture, found it within. And I'm too rich to measure, miss your nectar, miss the net, miss illumination, misses never, you the circle, and the circumambulation. Stay on point in the center with the perfect grand equation. I greet you with a kiss on your fed eye when you awaken. Mother in the sun, that's the science of a mason. In time I had to grow beyond the ciphers I was raised in. Achieved the 7 circles and I mastered the glow. 7 lead proceeds, the reason I fall back with the show. Astrologezus, guide the leaders, I imagine it so. Bruce, Zodiac, Roy, Elam, casted in gold. Soul reaper, flow, bleacher, I done shattered the mold. The pattern is cold, your lab is my abode. This path is too cold, it's warm in your presence. Beauty so pure, it was born from the essence. Galore effervescence. Each moment we're together is a reward, it's a present. That's why it's called presence. Brightest fluorescence. Hear ye, feel me, silence all peasants. I spit it all with you if I had 94 seconds. Years, months, days, the science is all lesson. You could be my classmate, beauty in your math shape. Truth you couldn't castrate, a blind film director. This movie, it wasn't half-baked. Zodiac calendar, remembered every past date. Money is time. Spit it every cent with you, cause I'm in love with your shine. Sit with me in the groove, I walk in, all white. Could you teach me some moves? I done brought my paintbrush. Did you see what we drew? In our last life, the death couldn't keep me from you. Hold my hand, sit with me in the groove, I walk in, all white. Could you teach me some moves? I done brought my paintbrush. Did you see what we drew? In our last life, the death couldn't keep me from you. See the aura is real, it's no magic show. Come with me, there's more than you see that no map can show. The journey lays ahead of you now, there's one path to go, the afterglow. Everyone knows I am the master yo. Test and see the aura is real, it's no magic show. Come with me, there's more than you see that no map can show. The journey lays ahead of you now, this one half. Yo, still glowing brightly on rooftops while doing yoga. The lotus holder console the nightly. Stroke lightly with a poet psyche. He's saying, hold me tightly, no one's like me. He discovered the moves were so natural. Being clumsy, confused, and so casual. Have you ever felt the golden glow, gas and ooh, magical? This glass of perfection given was leopard dripping. On top of seraph heaven's cloud, they connected kissing. Brain rush with no paintbrush to make an exhibition. Bruce ZEROY, radiant, body guardian, protector of the vanity mirror for Zora charging them. Seldom throwing punches, he beat him by outsmarting them. Clowns charging it, but rarely challenges come. Word spread fast, and they don't want to battle the one bro who beat the shogun to the gun show. What's up though? Outside the shop with Richie posted up as he bust flows. Years passed, cry like tear gas in the wind. The whole neighborhood was sad when Pops moved from his skin. Asked Richie to run the shop, he couldn't do it right then. After starting a rap career, he made a group with his friends. Moved the judge to disturb, he was smooth with the pen. Unlike Eddie, when he moved to the pen, called two to the chin. His first night alone with no crew to defend. When I'm Laura at events, only a few could attend. Lifestyles and glamour, hoping I ain't losing my zen. Until Laura started stiff and white, abuse it again. Can't protect her from herself, can't excuse or pretend. Throwing punches at addiction, hurt her too in the end. From a man to a god, now he human again. Off screen with stimulants, but on screen they're innocent. Time flew clean for some years, remaining vigilant. Wrong crowd playing songs loud behind the limo tent. Find that they're never glad to weather the storm. Her leggings egging me on like the head of a sperm. Now she's pregnant, got the silver glow, her belly was firm. Before Nas, war scars here to never return. My old master reached Miami and he left in an urn. On a mission, he could only go to heaven to learn to see his mother. He ain't tell me she was wrestling with worms. Hey yo, had an overzealous student like I'm next, it's my turn. You know the one that kicked Johnny, kept on telling him stern. He wasn't ready, green with envy, who could measure the burn concern. One day he telling ZEROY, I'ma be the master soon. Challenge you and beat you from the morning to the afternoon. Your face on the mural, doves, candles, and some black balloons. Hit you with a blow strong enough that it could crack the moon. While you stressing there, warming up your whack platoon. The nerve of this guy with her in his eye. All he ever did was train him, now he's thirsty to fly. But I can't grow wings for you till the birds in the eye. He said gently as he turned it through his shuriken by. In his peripheral, recorded, are you sure again by? Won't take no for an answer. We kept his back to him and his glow with the grandeur. The longer rocking yellow tight clothes like bananas. Question marks coming at his dome like the antlers. Cameras camouflage in the stones like salamanders. While scanning reviewed the footage, it was there and he knew it. His student had an emerald green glow when he threw it. Forever so faint, took the tape just to view it. He hit the rooftop, took a break to compute it. And Laura like, come and get this plate, I just stewed it. While dancing to soul music, he planted it so rooted. The channel is so fluid from horse dances, thought branch with birds on the limb that would chirp and thought bubbles. That emergency grin, she like you know, I could read you like a psychic again. Like I write it in pen, express lines that extend between the temples in your head, held them tightly and then a loud giggle in the back. They little guys like tennis, calendars flip, and time when clocks to turn digital. Troubles they forgotten, but watching nurse miserable. Steady growing stronger, the shock of the world cynical. Saw it in him since a young seed pod, the florist. Reared in the Starkosaurus, destiny is marching toward us. The most wealthy with the chi over Starkosaurus. He wants the power for himself, cause he got Mars and Taurus. After he left the school, some legends that say he went to get a drink and ran into the devil that day. Familiar voice from behind, he still remembers the way he had ZEROY shook enough to kiss his steps on display. In his 50s, hair streaks turned electrical gray. Unshaven, drunk laying, punch his head in his days. He be starting bar fights, believing stress in his prey. Still biting kicks, flying fists, weapons to play. They pursued him to the alley once he stepping away. Zone up, he yelled twice, turn no second delay. Said he wants to build a rap, started stretching like, hey, I just got a proposition. Fight me and I'll listen. Above heard the peeping toms hiding in the kitchen, close they blinds. If the last one round or have an open mind, kicked you out, did he blows clashing any given time. He's staring at his one eye raised. He gained a couple pounds, searching for the golden glow in him, but it still wasn't found. Swinging, kicking over trash cans before they touched the ground. Made him levitate with his rage, guess he in trouble now. Ducking down, buckle up, taking him to Knuckle Town. Red light, green light, counted 1 to 3, right? Towered underneath height, dude became solid, muscle pounding in his free fights. When he told him that's the power of the J Dragon, but he can't hold it long enough and it's still faint passing. For Bruce ZEROY, they had a mutual contempt, so they joined forces cause they both knew what it meant. Bond that grew to cement, bound to show him how to harness it and shoot with intent. Enough he did it all in all. Redemption and revenge as the meanest, he just wants to get his mention in the end. ZEROY, behind the glow, still perceives the pump. In my training, you be ready, you can eat him for lunch. New moon above their heads, Mars and Venus conjunct. ZEROY, oblivious, wouldn't even have thunk. While he teaching the young guard to retreat from a skunk. Fight him and you both stink, who can weed through the funk? As he sat and meditated, holding beads of a monk. Have you fought inside the rings of a tree in the stump? Can you calculate the amount of tea leaf that I drunk? He could levitate for minutes, he could leap with a jump, and even teleport. Whoever thought the flow would remain, and evolve beyond the Kundalini, open his brain, and it transferred to his son in the fallopian rain. He's that blue star China that the Hopis explain. Couldn't see the ultrasound cause it was glowing in flame. Blue lighting in the glow that still shows in his vein. Taught to keep his talents hidden, never show it in vain. To make it through a small window if you go through the pain. Light, but some lessons only smoke can explain. I rose up the chain, the sun you awoke in this plane. Child of the indigo that was born in the glow. So I answered every question that you wanted to know, but will it last and melt away like writing thoughts in the snow? If you learn the ways of nature, you can talk to a pro. They spend weeks out of state, taking walks as they grow. Steps of ascension, walks on the path to bloom. For the seeds stressing their leaves, but they don't have the room. It all started as a word, then it happened. The head tells the tale, the return of the dragon. Steps of ascension, walks in the path to bloom. For the seeds stressing their leaves, but they don't have the room. It all started as a word, then it happened. The head tells the tale, the return of the dragon. More relaxing since they moved to the A. Bought a new club together, pull their roots from the clay. They celebrated, lift the ceiling on the coupe that was gray. The sun went to close the club, but guess who's shooing the way? Pushed me back instead of attack, as men moved in the play. With techniques as Pop taught them, 6 moved in the fray. 6 more that stood above them in acoustic array. Kicked 2 over the steps, 3 with shooters to spray. His blue aura bouncing backwards to the music they play. Royal priesthood on the map, no one dude's in the way. On the stage where the battle's nostalgic, you hear, you know why. But this woman's fighting blindfold, see with no eyes. He made his final call with no phone. Ain't need a boat tied, no way that we could find our way home and leave the boat dry. It's raging waters of bed, slaughter the final foe. The lights were now darkest, then the limelight glow. From the shadows of the room emerged the villain for show. Reading over bright emerald, and it isn't for show. But like stories of his father throwing fists in the road. So persistent with blows, but for show can slow time down. A spell could just rock you to sleep and slow your mind down. A headphones to neutralize, and he could get the high ground. They had the same teacher, so he mirrored his moves. Broke the DJ table, split it, spinning kickers improved. They throwing records back and forth, take a trip to the blues. When he was on the ground, bleeding lightning hit him for food. On his feet, but not the floor, ain't feel the tip of his shoes. Rip a suit from off his chest, and his assassin sense was avant-garde. He got lessons in Medina, check the knowledge. God's Z logo on his tank top is like a calm massage given by the hands in the wind that made the monologue. The self-talk that made itself walk with no entourage. Battleground, spit him outside like his bomb the dark. The show waited years for this day, close to an eon. Hit him like a prayer from the ghost of an imam. Zone of God Mecca, I'm the shogun of Pilon. Then he got hits him with the blows, he couldn't respawn. Plan to go to war with the wicked with no Dion. I'm the one you must hurry with no Dijon. The blue aura cold in his veins just like Freon. A glow like his neon, punch a hole in a Nissan. Knocked him out cold with no shoulder to lean on. Perspective that they had that was so disagreed on. Both of them were reborn, then ZEROY and Laura came. Pulling up, looking all struck, his son and off for pain. His mother joked to Superman now, and they still call the name. But that's a tale of another aura snake. Dragon tail scales of a song that we can all relate. Talk to face messages that spoke with no tongue. We're so proud of you, you're everything we hoped you become. As the sunrise approached, his toast to the sun. It's like man, woman, child, all awoken as one. Full circle, the return of the dragon. Spine full of musical scales, so just imagine the serpent and the sound waves backward, flying faster. The seven seals, zodiac, God, Messiah fashion. Full circle, the return of the dragon. 360 degrees, when am I lacking? Not a thing, shining stars in the ring. Birth of the zodiac, God, divine passion.
I had to let that breathe for a moment. Let that marinate.
It's gotta be the first time. Second time, maybe. Going through that uninterrupted like that. It's one thing when you're in the creative mind, and it's another thing when you take the ride. Like for example, every roller coaster has an architect, right? Somebody came up with the blueprint for the ups, the downs, the dips, the turns, the spins, whatever it's gonna do, right? It's one thing to architect a roller coaster. It's another thing to ride it. So the architect of the roller coaster gets on it and goes through those loops and spins upside down and whatever it does. They're experiencing something very different from when they drew those loops on the paper, right? That's how I feel watching that. So it's so much a time capsule for the energy right now. Before I expound on that, I want to know your thoughts, G, because you already know once I go in on that, you know the perspective.
This series right here is the true never ending story. You know, we grew up watching that TV show, movie, the never ending story. You know, that came from the book.
Yes,
This is the never ending story book of life coming to life in the way that's most palatable for the eye, the ear, and the heart and the spirit on a
that's what the
multitude of
zodiac
levels.
is. The never-ending story.
Definitely. So this is, further evidence of it laid out in a manner that's befitting of His Majesty. All of the mysticism that's associated with it, along with all of the clarity. So we use the story to infer on life. Because if you can't take this into life, then what do you really have? So the adages that are there, accompanied by the visual manifestation, came from this singularity of the God mind. So the legend of Bruce Zeroy encapsulates something that what's left said and unsaid with the film, just as things are left said and unsaid in our reality. And it encapsulates things that are on the surface and things that are just beneath, shrouded from our material view. So we get a chance to see the forest and the trees with no consequence of sparing one for the other in totality. Now, mind the folks, I've been looking at this film and, you know, breaking it down for years. I got countless hours dedicated to this, just this film in particular. And it's never been done or illustrated in this fashion before.
Never.
The simplicity of the complex aspects that are there, the amount of detail, the richness of the detail of the lyrics. I think we encapsulated so much so, you know, I told y'all a few times, you can't just immerse yourself. You're gonna have to pick a struggle. You know, you're gonna have to pick a struggle. If you're dealing with Kazodia, you got to pick a struggle. If you see something visually on the TV, so visually you see something on your screen and you encapsulate it by that, you're gonna miss the lyrics. You're gonna miss the attention to detail sonically. If you go sonically, you just gotta go there. Sonically, you gotta, and this one in particular, this is next level because the aspects of the film, there are aspects of the symmetry that's the soundtrack and the score of the film, which made it so prolific that are highlighted. They're highlighted. You know, in the part in the first joint, well, every part, but that part when it goes from the first to the second part, and you're there, like you're there lyrically, and then you're there with the beat sonically. Like there's a battle, there's a there's a there's a kung fu battle and there's a dance battle at the same time. So you're drawn and stuck in between both of these things that are happening at the same time.
Yeah,
You see what I'm saying?
that for real was the first thing I had to do
Mm,
even before writing it. I had to extract the perfect soundscape that would capture each one of those segments, right? Because they're all different. It takes you
right.
through ups and downs, but there's certain things that stand out that I wanted to sonically capture that. That even if just by listening to it, it made me feel like I was there enough
Right.
where the story began to just reveal itself on there.
And then it's so mesmerizing. Each part, you like, wait, what happened? Like, oh, it switched to another part. You see what I'm saying? Like so you there, like the transitions in between each one is there. It's like, wow. It's like, all right, so it went from there. You there, you in the movie, you in the fight, you in the fight scene, you in all of the aspects, whether you seen the film or if you didn't. And if you saw the film, you like, yo, how in the how wait, and then you're seeing all of the transitions visually, like your visual from in each part, you're seeing all of the metamorphoses and the changes that are happening rapidly before your eye don't catch every single transition, but your mind's eye is catching all of it. So you just got to be easy in the spot. Like, wait a minute, did I miss? No, you didn't miss nothing. You caught it all. It's for every part of you. But what you were able to bring back, whatever you were able to call forth, is something that's there for your particular attention, and that's what you have to look at and ponder on why. Like, why I remember this part right here. Why is it this part that stood out right here? You see what I'm saying? So you're going through a myriad of emotions on this. A perfect analogy you made with the roller coaster, because this is a roller coaster. This is a celestial coaster. Fuck a roller coaster. This is a celestial coaster. Right, the roller coaster on the wheel. You understand what I'm saying? So you like, oh, all of the twists and the turns and the dips and the dives, and then there's the pause.
And that's the dragon. The dragon is the
Right,
roller coaster, right? So
right,
the dragon takes you through this whole journey, really, because here's the secret: is that is one dragon that changes colors. It's
right,
not different dragons. Just like how he went through different levels, he had to go through 7 levels,
right,
7 dragons, right?
right,
For each one being different color, different frequency, a different vibration, a different planet, a different part of yourself, a different part of yourself. That's the key. Even if it's the bottom part of the spine, Mars is red, and you get to the higher part, it's still you. But if you look at the spine, there's your dragon scales right there. You know what I'm saying? There's your dragon. So it is you. And going through these different levels and these different stages, it appears as if they're different segments. It appears as if they're different components, but they're all seamlessly tied together into one clockwork, to one flawless instrument of precision and beauty, right? Yeah, please continue.
yes. I mean, it's so seamless. It's so seamless. Like, and I encourage the people to go on this channel right here and check through the archives and check through this. Watch both of them again. Get your family, get your friends. Like, use this as a backdrop for you know a celestial wellness discussion. You see what I'm saying? Because this, what we about to get into, in addition to this, is going to be far more impactful than just the visual. The visual and the lyrical, these are like the breadcrumbs, for the celestial zup fade that is about to take place. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just sharing my thoughts on how it look and how it make me feel. You see what I'm saying? So this that second pocket then it goes from there to the next wave. You see what I'm saying? It just hits you from one wave to the next. But that second part is a culminating point where the decision had to be made, even though the decision to move into fight wasn't that one. You see what I'm saying? Like the stage was set. It's like, all right, tell that chicken hearted son of yours the name of time and the place, because now he got to fight me. And he's not even a factor. He's not even a factor. He's found by happenstance of talent being looked for this production. So even the things that look like it's malicious in the mind of Eddie Arcadian, it's a game. And this is a part of the show. So his dissatisfaction came from him seeking to bring his in his mind, his brilliance and his vision to life. It didn't have nothing to do with the lady, it didn't have nothing to do with the dude. There are all consequences for what was going to happen in his mind. He thought he had to go someplace to get it, and then he made it all happen himself.
Mm-hmm.
He set the ultimate stage for all of this to happen. So with that joint, let the games begin. The games that begin from the beginning. This is their intersection. So because she refused the offer, their paths in alignment came into view, into destiny. And like we built God, the only time that he moved without thinking about it was for her. So life and love was intertwined in the space amidst the confusion and fear that was associated with life and with love. You see what I'm saying? And you broke down the aura in the last joint. I ain't about to go there. You see what I'm saying? So this is all of the richness of the motivations behind the story that's being flushed out and told. And then when we get to the battle, this real battle, this baptism by water and by fire. So the fire is submerging you into the water for you to arise from the water in the space where you can extinguish that flame and ignite a flame in you that's higher than the flame that was there that submerged you in the first place. That symmetry is powerful and it set off a chain of events that goes into that creates the next story that happens. But the the bridegroom now, this ascension, like we was talking about the Zupa coaster, and I mentioned the the pause. Normally, on a regular roller coaster, when you get the pause, you go down, not you go up.
Yeah,
This is
that
the
pause right
opposite.
right
Right, right before the fall. This is the pause before the ascension. This is the pause where you like, oh, you think you're not going no further, right? You're about to go all the way up to the head of the dragon. You see what I'm
going
saying?
up is slow,
Right,
going down is fast. You
right.
know.
So he goes up, and as he's coming in, he's like, "Yo, I want you to teach me some moves," because prior to that, he was trying to bamboozle. He's like, "Yo, I got this friend, blah blah blah." He's like, "That's not how I'm going to get it. This is how this this is going to happen. This is how this life is going to continue. We're going to have it on a straight foundation. You know what I'm saying? On a solid foundation. Like, okay, I'm there. I can articulate it now, and I don't care how it's viewed. You see what I'm saying? I don't care how it's viewed. So he come with the truth, and this ascension begins. You know what I mean? So it's a perfect uh, point to go into the next ascension because part two comes in with that high, like you riding that high through the honeymoon of this ascension, and then it gets into after the honeymoon phase of the ascension, the raw reality of the ascension.
Mm-hmm.
So this is like, all right, now we here.
That is I think is one of the most difficult parts to conceptualize at first because he got at the end to this chakra orgasmic state where it's like now what's after that? Like it was like conceptualizing Neo after he got to the point where he knew he was the one. See the whole story was there would be no story if he understood that from the beginning. That was the whole point, the discovery, the realization. So that first so here's the difference between the hero in the first story and the one in the second one. The one in the first story, Bruce Leroy, Bruce Zeroy. He didn't know that he was the master at first. His whole journey was to come to that point of self-realization. The second one is the coming of age story of his seed, who starts off knowing from the very beginning and never had a doubt, but had to learn how to temper what he already knew, right? He taught him not to walk around exuding and showing off all his power. He had to learn to hold it back until the time arose when he would have to utilize it, unless he found himself in a similar conflict, but different. We had one that,
Five Deadly Winners.
yeah, you know, see, you leaking things, right?
My bad.
Yeah, but snake venom. Pluto. New moon opposite Pluto, right? So you leaking things like snake venom. It's gonna have them stuck and frozen this way. That's coming. You know what I'm saying?
Now
That's
you
coming.
weaved in real life events that happened to those who became that energy that wanted to live also.
Hmm.
So you're telling an origin story of one who comes to be as one who comes to be, and these other aspects of
A,
these.
a, a origin story.
Right, right,
Think about that word too. Aura, origin, aura, jinn, spirit, aura, jinn. So what is your origin, right? The aura is also the wind and the breath, and so is the spirit, right? So the radiant spirit, the divine breath, is the jinn's aura, the origin, right? So yeah, an origin story, because it all begins with the divine breath. Like your chart begins with your first breath, because breath is birth, right? No breath, no birth. So the origin story you were saying.
right. I wanted to ask you how intricate or was it difficult to weave in, there are real life events that took place that happened with the demise of
No,
some of
no.
those characters that were in the story, and you found a way to weave them into life, into being, you know,
You know what's
lyric,
crazy?
both lyrically, physically.
I didn't do it consciously at first. I realized that I did it after I did it because it just seemed like, man, maybe it was subconscious, but it seemed like the events were the most logical sequence of events to me following that. And then when I looked at it, I said, wait a minute. I said this parallels certain real life events that deals with the actors, but this also at the same time mirrors the current energy, which is why it mirrored the life of the people who play the roles because their energy progresses. The story's in the wind. Like every story is already written, and we pull it down into form and capture it in a book, which is a box, in a screen, which is a box, in a body, which is a box. Books, box. Difficult. It wasn't difficult. And even writing it, I found that this one and the last one, probably because during the time Jupiter, which represents abundance and expansion, was sitting exactly on my Mercury, which gave it was like filling up a cup of water in a tsunami.
had this in the background, kind of going through this one because I just think it's important to see it.
You know what's interesting too is that we're in Cancer season is the season of the family. So this particular time, and the fact that we're doing this right on the heels of a new moon in Cancer with the building opposition to Pluto, this story captures the essence of what that entails. Because at the core of it, it's a family story, which really the first one in a lot of ways is too. The theme is Cancer in balance with Capricorn. Cancer is family, Capricorn is business. Now, a lot of the first movie surrounded or was centered around business, with the family business, right? It showed them in their family setting, and then it showed all the same people in the business setting, which is a beautiful thing too, because you don't you don't always see that, right? So I also made sure to capture that storyline and continue it into the second part and see where it went. To see it closed. Because the new moon in Cancer is opposite Pluto and Capricorn is business, and Pluto is what? Capricorn is the doors, and Pluto is turn around, the doors closed. It's, Pluto is death, the business is dying. So, old things, old traditional things, old business, family business. Because really, when you think about it, businesses are families, right? So, he went from, there we go, that's it right there. He went from, we seeing the shop be destroyed, right? Sure enough, walked in there and tore it up. And we see what what was the future effect of that. So now they outside spin rhymes and chilling outside the shop. So we see that it stood the test of time until a certain point, which was the demise of the patriarch of the business. And we see those who came after him, they had a different agenda. Through Zeroy, because the new moon is opposite Pluto and Capricorn, the seventh house, the opposite of the new moon, is the house of partnership, right? Pluto is shared resources and merging. Capricorn is business. So we see the route that he went, especially because the dynamics of their charts in reality, Cancer versus Capricorn, her being the Capricorn and being the Cancer, they end up creating their own business. He starts to work for her first. Then they open up their club, and another one. So he doesn't continue putting pizzas in pizza boxes. You know what I'm saying? And his brother like, nah, I ain't doing that. Thought he had bars like that. Because after discovering and seeing how whack his brother's rhymes was when he was carrying him on his shoulders to the pizza shop, right? Again, connecting the shop with the art form. But we see now the future of that, where that led. He went from telling his brother, "All right, you can put me down." You know what I'm saying? The rhymes is garbage, and he realized he had bars. You know what I'm saying? So this seemed like the most natural progression.
Make perfect sense. With that being Master G's little brother in real life, it just made all of the sense in the world. And even in the film, he was a b boy. He was a b boy, and even used the the motions. I know it's tied to hip hop. It's a timeless ancestral motion that we can find all across the world, but it's tied to hip hop.
Mm-hmm.
When he was bound, in the rope that binded him in, he was able to free himself
Mm-hmm.
based off of those particular movements. Those sacred movements freed him. So this his freedom came from his ability to move, but it came from his mind to look at his circumstance and to use that space that he was in to find his way out, and ultimately freed himself and was able to free Laura as well.
You know what's interesting about that? And it never dawned on me until just now that it's significant because we're dealing with the family, new moon and cancer, on the greatest scale, the human family, which is without a doubt imprisoned. Opposite Pluto and Capricorn, which is the extremity of business, capitalism, right? Ruled by Saturn and Pisces. Pisces is the sign of music. Saturn is the rope and the binding in that you were so eloquently speaking of, right? So we see with his movement, his dancing, with his Pisces, like a fish, right? Like a fish, he was able to escape the constraints of Saturn, right? That motion enabled him to go above and beyond the limitations. And that's what so going back again, dealing with the art, dealing with the culture, the root of it was what? To free ourselves from the bonds, not to place ourselves in them. And the exact opposite has happened. We danced our way, we danced our way to freedom, to dance our way into change. You know what I'm saying? They dipped the chains in fool's gold. Same ones.
What the dread say? That's it, man. And it ain't no coming back. What you say? Ha ha ha. When they stomped on the radio, right before Showing up walked into the movie theater.
There were a lot of themes of where you could see the capitalist shift and the money plays in balance with the remnants of the purity of the art and the culture of the time. The extremities of that taking place
And it
causing
was breaking in the joint right before. That's why homie stepped on the radio. Remember, they was breaking in the middle of the joint.
UC was taking over. So you see them stepping on the radio, the B boy gets tied up. You know what I'm saying? There's things of what's actually occurred in reality in small microcosmic dosages if you're wise enough to catch it. So we of course in part two had to bring it back. You know?
And you gave an element of the battle that was next level too, because you said Richie met his demise on the corner because of the raps. And we do know a hip hop archetype where his lyrical ability, pardon, was directly connected to,
Oh,
hey,
oh,
hey,
oh. Things about to
hey,
get real interesting now.
real interested. Okay, hold on. Let me get life
You
together.
know why?
Okay.
Because this is the final finale energy week of Cancer season.
Right?
So when the Cancer energy shows up, personified, things are about to get interesting.
Slid in like ZEROY. You all warmed up yet? You understand what I'm saying? Oh man.
I'm
It's
real,
my
I'm really,
honor.
I'm really interested in hearing Amina's perspective on this particular journey because, like I said, it's a family story. It's a Cancerian story.
Sliding the family stone.
It's a
It's
Cancerian
a family
Capricorn
affair.
story. Yeah.
So the M priestess is in the building. We about to bring her on. You know what I'm saying? And give her the virtual flowers so she can teach us some moves up in this mouth. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying.
Peace, peace, everyone. I overslept a little bit, but we here.
I mean,
How y'all doing? How y'all feeling?
we over here drifting
So
on the
the sun
memory.
trying.
Hmm? Oh, let me turn it. There we go. It's better.
Boom.
Can y'all hear me?
That is so the sun trying Neptune.
What
We
is?
can hear you.
What's the sun trying Neptune?
So, oversleeping.
Oh, I know. In my ninth. Yes.
That is in a microcosmic sense what the energy is for us collectively.
Oversleeping. Oversleeping on ourselves.
Listen, we got to get to the point where we're over sleeping. Like I'm done with that. You know what I'm saying? Where we're over
Mm.
sleeping. Not oversleeping, but over sleeping.
Like you're done with sleeping.
There's a time. Exactly. Right. Awake. Aries. Oversleeping. Overleaping. So Amina, have you taken
You sound low.
the Bruce Zeroy? I sound low? Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can hear you, but it's like low.
Uh-huh. I'll make sure that you hear me clearly. If
You'll
you've
make sure what?
taken, I said I'll make sure that you hear me clearly. I'd like to know your perspective
Oh yeah, there it goes.
on the current. You hear me now?
Yeah, it's still low though. Compared to knowledge born, it's low.
I don't know. Maybe the Koki
And
Orchestra over here, they playing a little too loud. I'm gonna go outside and tell them to calm it down a little bit. Hopefully they'll listen to me. And knowledge, can you hear me good?
you hear me?
We can hear you. So I was saying I wanted to know your thoughts. We were gonna connect this new moon energy to the story that we just watched. And I don't know at what point you slid in because you did it so smoothly, you know. But if you saw it, if not, we could revisit the last part of it.
Okay, can we?
'Cause I don't,
You talking about
yeah,
the song or
yeah,
the movie?
yeah.
Okay.
The song is the movie. The movie is the song. Let's do that. Let's do this. Let's do the second part. So that it's fresh, fresh in the mind.
Flows, years pass, cry like yeah, the afterglow. Everyone knows I am the master. Yo, test and see the aura is real. It's no magic show. Come with me, there's more than you see. The no map can show. The journey lays ahead of you now. There's one path to go, the afterglow. Everyone knows I am the master. Yo, test and see the aura is real. It's no magic show. Come with me, there's more than you see. The no map can show. The journey lays ahead of you now. There's one path to go. Still glowing brightly on rooftops while doing yoga. The lotus hold that console the nightly. Stroke her lightly with a poet psyche. Saying hold me tightly, no one's like me. He discovered the moves were so natural. From being clumsy, confused, and so casual. Have you ever felt the golden glow, gas and ooh, magical? This glass of perfection given was leopard dripping. On top of seraph heaven cloud, they connected kissing. Brain brush with no paintbrush to make an exhibition. Bruce Zeroy, radiant, body guardian, protector of the vanity mirror for Zora charging them. Set them throwing punches, he beat him by outsmarting them. clowns charging it, but rarely challenges come. Word spread fast and they don't wanna battle the one bro who beat the shogun to the gun show. What's up though? Outside the shop with Richie posted up to see bus flows. Years passed, cry like tear gas in the wind. The whole neighborhood was sad when Pops losing his skin. Asked Richie to run the shop, he couldn't do it right then. After starting a rap career, he made a group with his friends. Moved the drugs to disturb, he was smooth with the pen. Unlike Eddie, when he moved to the pen, called two to the chin. His first night alone with no crew to defend. When I'm Laura at events, only few could attend. Lifestyles and glamour, hoping I ain't losing my zen. Until Laura started stiff and white, abuse it again. Can't protect her from herself, can't excuse or pretend. Throwing punches at addiction, hurt her too in the end. From a man to a god, now he human again. Off screen with stimulants, but on screen they're innocent. Time flew clean for some years, remaining vigilant. Wrong crowd playing songs loud behind the limo tent. Find that they're never glad to weather the storm. Her leggings egging me on like the head of a sperm. Now she's pregnant, got the silver glow, her belly was firm. Before Nas, war scars here to never return. My old master reached Miami and he left in an urn. On a mission, he could only go to heaven to learn. To see his mother, he ain't tell me she was resting with worms. Hey yo, had an overzealous student like I'm Nexus, my turn. You know the one that kicked Johnny, kept on telling him stern. He wasn't ready, green with envy, who could measure the burn concern. One day he telling Z-Boy, I'ma be the master soon. Challenge you and beat you from the morning to the afternoon. Your face on the mural, doves, candles, and some black balloons. Hit you with a blow strong enough that it could crack the moon. While you stressing there, warming up your whack platoon. The nerve of this guy with her in his eye. All he ever did was train him, now he's thirsty to fly. But I can't grow wings for you till it burns in the eye. He said gently as he turning through his shuriken by. In his peripheral recorded, are you sure again by? Won't take no for an answer. We kept his back to him and just glowed with the grandeur. The longer rocking yellow tight clothes like bananas. Question marks coming at his dome like the antlers. Cameras camouflaging the stones like salamanders. While scanning reviewed the footage, it was there and he knew it. His student had an emerald green glow when he threw it. Rep is so faint, took the tape just to view it. He hit the rooftop, took a break to compute it. And Laura like, come and get this plate, I just stewed it. While dancing the soul music, he planted it so rooted. The channel is so fluid from horse dances, thought branch with birds on the limb. That would chirp and thought bubbles, that emergency grin. She like, you know, I could read you like a psychic again. Like I write it in pen, express lines that extend between the temples in your head, held them tightly and then a loud giggle in the back. They little guys like tennis, calendars flip, and time when clocks to turn digital. The troubles they forgotten, but watching nurse miserable. Steady growing stronger, the shock, the world cynical. Saw it in him since a young seed pod, the florist. Reared in the star thesaurus, destiny is marching toward us. The most wealthy with the chi or the star porous. He wants the power for himself, cause he got Mars and Taurus. After he left the school, some legends that say he went to get a drink and ran into the devil that day. Familiar voice from behind, he still remembers the way he had Z-Boy shook enough to kiss his steps on display. In his 50s, hair streaks turned electrical gray. Unshaven, drunk laying, punch his head in the days. He be starting bar fights, believing stress in his prey. Still biting kicks, flying fists, weapons to play. They pursued him to the alley once he stepped in the way. Zone up, he yelled twice, turned no second delay. Said he wants to build a rap, started stretching like, hey, I just got a proposition. Fight me and I'll listen. Above heard the peeping toms hiding in the kitchen, close they blinds. If you last one round or have an open mind, kicked you out, did he blows clashing any given time. He's staring at just one eye raised, he gained a couple pounds. Searching for the golden glow in him, but it still wasn't found. Swinging, kicking over trash cans before they touched the ground. Made him levitate with his rage, guess he in trouble now. Ducking down, buckle up, taking him to Knuckle Town. Red light, green light, counted 1 to 3, right? Talbot underneath height, you became solid, muscle pounding in these free fights. When he told him that's the power of the J Dragon, but he can't hold it long enough and it's still faint passing. For Bruce Z-Roy, they had a mutual contempt, so they joined forces cause they both knew what it meant. Bond that grew to cement, bound to show him how to harness it and shoot with intent. Enough he needed all in all, redemption and revenge as the meanest. He just wants to get his mention in the end. Z-Roy, bond the glow, still proceeds to pump. My training, you be ready, you can eat him for lunch. New moon above their heads, Mars and Venus conjunct. Z-Roy, oblivious, wouldn't even have thunk. While he teaching the young guard to retreat from a skunk. Fight him and you both stink, who can weed through the funk? As he sat and meditated, holding beads of a monk. Have you fought inside the rings of a tree in the stump? Can you calculate the amount of tea leaf that I drunk? He could levitate for minutes, he could leap with a jump, and even teleport. Whoever thought the glow would remain, and evolve beyond the Kundalini, open his brain, and it transferred to his son in the fallopian rain. He's that blue star China that the Hopis explain. Couldn't see the ultrasound cause it was glowing in flame. Blue lighting in the glow that still shows in his vein. Taught to keep his talents hidden, never show it in vain. To make it through a small window if you go through the pain. Light, with some lessons only smoke can explain. I rose up the chain, the sun you awoke in this plane. Child of the indigo that was born in the glow. So I answered every question that you wanted to know. But will it last and melt away like writing thoughts in the snow? If you learn the ways of nature, you can talk to a pro. They spend weeks out of state, taking walks as they grow. Steps of ascension, walks on the path to bloom. For the seeds stressing they leaves, but they don't have the room. It all started as a word, then it happened. The head tells the tale, the return of the dragon. Steps of ascension, walks on the path to bloom. For the seeds stressing they leaves, but they don't have the room. It all started as a word, then it happened. The head tells the tale, the return of the dragon. More relaxing since they moved to the A. We bought a new club together, pull their roots from the clay. They celebrated, lift the ceiling on the coupe that was gray. Cause sun went to close the club, but guess who's shooting away? Pushed me back instead of attack, as men moved in the play. With techniques as Pop taught them, 6 moved in the fray. 6 more that stood above them in acoustic array. Kicked 2 over the steps, 3 with shooters to spray. His blue aura bounced backwards to the music they play. Royal priesthood on the map, no one dude's in the way. On the stage where the battle's nostalgic, you hear, you know why. But this woman's fighting blindfold, see with no eyes. He made his final call with no phone. Ain't need a boat tied, no way that we can find our way home and leave the boat dry. It's raging waters of bed, slaughter the final foe. The lights were now darkest, then the limelight glow. From the shadows of the room emerged the villain for show. Reading over bright emerald, and it isn't for show. But like stories of his father throwing fish in the road. So persistent with blows, but for show can slow time down. A spell could just rock you to sleep and slow your mind down. A headphones to neutralize. If he could get the high ground, they had the same teacher, so he mirrored his moves. Broke the DJ table, split it, spinning kickers improved. They throwing records back and forth, take a trip to the blues. When he was on the ground, bleeding lightning hit him for food. On his feet, but not the floor, and feel the tip of his shoes. Rip the suit from off his chest, and his assassin sense was avant-garde. He got lessons in Medina, check the knowledge. God Z logo on his tank top is like a calm massage given by the hands of the wind that made a monologue. The self-talk that made itself walk with no entourage. Battleground, spit on outside like here's a bomb the dark. The show where the years for this day, close to an eon. Hit him like a prayer from the ghost of an imam. Zone of God Mecca, I'm the shogun of Pelon. Then he got hits and with blows he couldn't respond. Planning to go to war with the wicked with no Dion. I'm the one you must hurry with no Dijon. The blue aura cold in his veins just like Freon. But glow like it's neon, punch a hole in a Nissan. Knocked him out cold with no shoulder to lean on. Perspective that they had that was so disagreed on. Both of them were reborn, then ZEROY and Logan came pulling up, looking all struck. His son in off pain, his mother joked with Superman now, and they still call the name. But that's a tale of another overwoven snake. Dragon tail scales of a song that we can all relate. Talk to face messages that spoke with no tongue. We're so proud of you, you're everything we hoped you become. As the sunrise approached, his a toast to the sun. It's like man, woman, child, all awoken as one. Full circle, the return of the dragon. Spine full of musical scales, so just imagine the serpent in the sound waves back with flying past them. Seven seals, zodiac, all Messiah fashion. Full circle, the return of the dragon. 360 degrees, what am I lacking? Not a thing, shining stars in the ring. Birth of the zodiac god, divine passion.
look, watch this. Amina, in this scene right here, and then in the scene that comes right after it. This scene right here, and then the image that comes right after it. Show what comes right after.
You
Can
said
you
what
see the
comes
new?
after?
I said in right that right there. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
From that scene, from that first scene with the child in the womb, right, to this scene right here. Can you see the energy of the new moon
Opposite Pluto,
opposite Pluto
Capricorn.
in Capricorn? Because that was the passing of his master, Pluto in Capricorn. Because Capricorn is the masculine,
Mm-hmm.
right? Coinciding with the new life, new moon in Cancer, opposite that, right?
Right.
I didn't notice that until just now when I was watching it, and there was a few different scenes that jumped out to me that personified the energy so well. But I'm gonna save that until we pull up. Matter of fact, can we, hey Knowledge, can we pull up the new moon chart so we can make it visual for those who? 'Cause I know Mina has it in her head.
Was she doing drugs pregnant?
No, she wasn't. I'm glad you asked that. Cause
Okay.
look,
Just making sure.
look. That was that's part of this new moon energy too, because we know that the sun and the moon in Cancer
It's
is
Neptune.
right. Neptune and Pluto. So when we're dealing with Neptune and Pluto, we're dealing with drug addictions. Drugs
Hmm.
is Neptune, addictions is Pluto, right? Old habits, Pluto and Capricorn. And we know that the actress who played that role is a Capricorn, right?
Right.
And he was the Cancer. So we're dealing with so many layers of reality interwoven with these imaginary mythological tales, Zuba tales, right? And I just saw how in so many different ways it just captures and brings to life the energy currently. So I wanted to know your thoughts on what you just saw, heard, and most importantly, felt, because it's cancer season, right? Only you could bring it. I'm glad you showed up when you did, because only you can bring.
I could barely hear you, Kalik. I hear the frogs louder than you.
Okay, well, the frogs are louder than me. The frogs are louder than everybody. What I was saying is that I
He
want to
said he
know
want
what.
to hear your thoughts because your thoughts is the most important thoughts because it's your day and time. We in cancer season, okay? And you the
Yeah, we're in cancer
cancerologist
season.
slash godologist, and this is the last Tuesday in cancer season. So we need your perspective, okay?
Your
Perspectivize.
thoughts, and most importantly, what I was saying is your feelings on it, because
Yeah.
to your thoughts on something is one thing, but there's a feeling that it captures. How you feel is something different.
I think it was the feeling of victory that I felt towards the end, especially like where he overcame. I don't know what it was. Those like Agent Smiths, those people that he had to. I don't know. I don't want to say Agent Smiths, but Their eyes were like green. You know what I'm
Yeah,
talking about?
it's really one person, but
Mm,
he exhibited different powers that he had within that space, within that battle.
mm-hmm.
That being one of them. You know, the other one being able to manipulate time, which is Pluto and Capricorn, which I didn't think
Hmm.
about. I didn't think about that at the time when I did it either.
Hmm. Yeah, I just like the end. What I felt about the end, it was just like the happiness of victory after a lot of loss or pain, struggle, or not struggle, but like loss and pain. And it was kind of like at the end, it's kind of like the light at the end of the tunnel, walking through these obstacles and different um walking through the all the challenges, especially with Pluto and because I look at it too like I don't know why I was getting like Aquarius rising, um,
Mm.
being that his chart he must be Aquarius rising because I'm thinking about like his partner that will put the Pluto in the 12th, right? In Capricorn, the drug addiction that his
Mm-hmm.
partner Laura, who is a Capricorn,
Mm-hmm.
was dealing with. And she was a singer too, right? Or did music, 12th house. Um, but yeah, so at the end, I thought it was beautiful with him and his family, and she was healed or off of, the drugs and yeah, I think that was just beautiful. Like at the end, all the fighting and everything, it was just the victory. That's what I really felt, the joy of overcoming the struggle or overcoming just some difficulties or pain. So I felt
Mm.
that. I love that.
Yeah, that's very much what the idea was. You know, the overcoming. Because right now, the energy we under with the Sun in Cancer opposite Pluto and Capricorn and Mars opposite Saturn, there's a lot of challenges, a lot of blocks, a lot of obstacles, a lot of what that entailed. Like even the last scene where you see the rebirth of the complete family, new moon in Cancer, but the backdrop
Hmm.
of that, the opposition to Pluto in Capricorn, the destroyed building behind them, right? So the business they had was demolished in the process of the rebirth of their appreciation and value for each other, right? So we see that very much in the energy currently.
Mm, yeah.
Yeah, victory
Jupiter.
is Jupiter, and we know that Jupiter is being aspected by Mercury, the overcoming.
Mm,
And at the time of the new moon, that was very close. So that's part of the energy too. So it's not just darkness. It's not just conflict. It's not just enemies and opposition. There's also victory. There's also optimism. You know, Mercury, Jupiter is optimistic. It's being able to, and that's one thing I noticed watching that this time that I never thought about before. Because even I see things that I didn't notice each time. His father,
mm,
in the first part, went through a struggle to find his confidence.
Mm.
The son didn't have that problem.
Mm. The child.
His challenge, yeah, his challenge was different. His opposition was different and had a different motivation. But his own power was different. His own motivation was different. His own limits and boundaries were different too. But there were certain things that were transferred because Pluto and Capricorn opposite the Sun and Cancer is a transference of power
Mm.
to the child. Father the Sun, Capricorn to the Sun, literally opposite Pluto, right?
Right.
So he transferred a degree of his power, which of course was through his own alchemy because when you put something in a different container, it transforms it, you know? If you put electricity through a toaster oven and you put electricity through a radio, the toaster oven is not going to play any music for you. And the radio is not going to make your bread toasty. You know what I'm saying? Because
Mhm.
that's not what the electricity, the same electricity is going to do when you put it through that form. So as he transferred some of his power in that form, it became something different, something unique. Like
Mm.
what happens with all of us. We take on energy from those who came before us, but then it becomes something unique and different that the world has never witnessed in the most subtle or obvious ways.
Mm.
Can I add in on the green and the red real quick?
Go in.
Just really quickly. The person that was responsible for teaching Moses in the Holy Quran was called the Green One, Al Qadar, the Green One. So
Green
this,
one.
yes, this
Mm.
teaching modality for the student who had longed to become the master became dissatisfied. So he's a personification of dissatisfaction on one energy, but he's an elevator in the other. The green one in Nile Valley culture is Osir, and Osir becomes Osir after being killed by his brother Set.
Mm.
So all of the departing spirits, since we're there with this particular urn on this altar space, become ancestors because Osir is the first ancestor. So his transition or departure from the physical world makes him lord of the underworld, and he's green. And his
Mm.
brother, who's in charge of the radicals, is red.
Mm.
So this is the personification of that red and green energy that's associated with some of this cosmology in the making. So they call you
Can you
green.
pull up a clip? Because I feel like it needs to be in the backdrop, that red green.
That urn. That urn. Okay. First off, is gold, right? And we you could turn it, but I was just thinking about the like the because I know we were supposed to have this. We were scheduled for Sunday, but it's divine that we did it today, because you're talking about the transfer of power to the child, right? And we have this mutual reception with the sun and the moon right now, right? And the transfer of the power. And I'm just thinking about personally with my family and my grandparents, and just the transfer, like that transfer, like their urns are right here too, like right here. And it kind of looked like,
Right on time.
let me see. I can see it. See those two in the middle? I don't know if y'all can see. It's a blue
Yeah.
one and a pink one.
Between the pictures.
And
Crown on it. And then the blue one is my grandfather's. So the pink one is my grandmother's, and the blue one is my grandfather's. And my grandfather was a Leo. Wow.
the blue energy is fitting also. He's, Bruce Zeroy is emitting the blue energy, and the ancient languages, there's no distinction between the blue and the green.
The ancient language, what?
There's no distinction between blue and green when you look at the colors and how they're said. So if you said one, you said the other one.
Blue and green.
So it's already
sky,
understood. Yeah, when you look at the elementals, the elementals, heaven and earth, and right, they're twins, and the cosmology. That's why there's no distinction between the colors.
There were two important battles here. One that was red green,
Hmm.
and then the second one was blue green, which was heaven versus earth, sky versus land, above versus below. And we know what won, right? We know the sky won because the sky is blue is over green by nature. You see? That's why it played out the way that it did.
And because this ego wasn't checked, if you remember, he was a fierce fighter. This is the one who kicked Johnny, but he was remorseful in this environment. And because that remorse didn't get met with the proper reciprocity, it's seeded because the environment is ripe for either you to be a master or a slave. That's why it's personified with red. So either you're going to rise above this root chakra or be a slave to it, right? So he's in this environment where he's there. So there, peace is the order of the way. So he's there in this environment that's red. So if he cannot be seduced in this environment, he'll be good in all environments. So he saw his master submit his will for their benefit and their safety, and he looked at it as an act of cowardness instead of an act of wisdom.
Exactly.
So this is where his dissatisfaction grows, and I love the personification of the metamorphosis of the face. It went from remorseful to a space like we some suckers. And that's the word that got spread, because when it got back to Richie, this is how Richie took it on. Richie said, everybody knows you're afraid of him. You kissed his shoes and everything.
Hey, listen, your knowledge. This gonna be in one of the next stories, right? He's the one who told him. He's the one that went back. Like, yo, your brother's a sucker, yo. You know what I mean?
It changes everything.
There's so many layers to this.
I was building. It was so magnetic. I had to slide a piece with the magnetic up in there.
Did Shonuff have gray hair?
Yeah.
Right?
He has some gray streaks.
Okay, I was just making sure. Yeah, to represent his age. I was thinking about how that's the enemy of him as well. Or, open enemy.
Pluto and Old enemies.
Right.
And he's representing the red energy, and the red energy was defeated. So it didn't have the same kind of flare and glory. There was a flame that outshined it. So when he finds him in that space, in that stupor, he found something that could feed that energy. So that dissatisfaction sparked him again. So now it's a fuel and it's a fire, but that fire doesn't burn as hot. This is why their fires had to come together in order to make it happen. So
Like,
it's vicarious nature. If you in between on how you feel about something and you call somebody, you know right who to call that either tell you tripping or feed it. And if you don't want to hear that, you tripping, you like, all right, no, I'm gonna call you back. You call somebody else to be like, oh yeah, F that, blah, 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 whatever. Then you like, yeah, now you in it. You understand what I'm saying? So they had to fight first to see if he was worthy of that attention. Cause he's like, yo, who called me? Like nobody know me by that name. You see what I'm saying? You calling me that name? Like, nah, you must want some drama. So
ain't nobody called me like that in a while. You know what I'm saying?
right.
So
In
yeah,
the
I got
alleyway too? Oh yeah, nah. He like, I got a proposition. Like, nah, I'm gonna have to see your chin first before my
I,
proposition. Let me see your chin. You see what I'm saying? So
I just gonna get down with this. You know what I'm saying? Unless I can see that you worth
right,
me passing on what I got. You know what I'm saying? But he showed and proved that he
right.
was
And
qualified.
from
He
from
wasn't
red to
qualified
green, there's a journey. There's a journey through orange and through yellow. You see what I'm saying? And through blue.
from fire because here's the thing, right? This is also the tale from fire to earth because that's the natural progression. Every time you go to a earth sign, there's a fire sign that came before it, whether it's Aries to Taurus, whether it's Leo to Virgo, whether it's Sag to Capricorn. Before earth comes fire, and the fire doesn't go anywhere. The fire is like a chimney, right? The body is like a chimney, and that chimney holds the fire, right? And the fire is within. Just like your body. Your body is the chimney that holds the flame, the living flame. So he took that energy and flame from the one who played the villain in the first one and just took that energy to fuel his motivation, which was a little bit different. They both had something to prove, but it wasn't the same thing that they wanted to prove. But they both wanted to prove that they could beat the one. Three strikes. See that? Three strikes.
Hmm.
Just like in the first movie, his head was dipped in the water three times. Three strikes.
Hmm. Could he
Right.
be a? Oh, never mind.
I mean, go ahead. You was about to go boy.
I was just gonna ask, like, could he be? Could he be an Aquarius rising, Cancer
Could
sun?
he could he be theoretically?
And yeah, just like, because I'm thinking about his, you said dipped his head 3 times. Aries in the third. And his Mars is where at again? Gemini?
Aries in the third. Aquarius.
Yeah. Because you said his head, right? His head got dipped 3 times.
Mars,
And his
Mars and
Mars is
Venus.
in the 12th house. Mars in the 12th house of the sun, right?
Mars and Venus both in Gemini.
Mm.
Uranus and Virgo.
Mm.
You know what I would like to do though? Knowledge. Can you pull up that a glimpse of that new moon chart? Because I like to get, and I'm sure I'm not the only one who like to get the Cancer bird's eye view, the crab's eye view of our reality through the lens of this film, but also this film through the lens of our reality. But we're looking through the energy. So we
I got
gotta
my
have
dragon on.
this ready, the return of the dragon. So you see, this is the return of the dragon. So you return,
Mm-hmm. North Node and
right?
Aries. Look.
The dragon has returned. Yes.
Okay, where is it? Oh,
North
there it goes.
Node in Aries, where Pluto, the return of the dragon. No, the nodes are the dragon, the head and the tail of the dragon. If you look
Don't you know
closely,
no good? You said, don't you know no good?
if you look closely at the symbols of the nodes, I mean, have you ever thought about this before? Look closely at the symbols of the nodes. For those who don't know, look for the numbers 29. Well, not no matter where you see it, and you see them,
Mm-hmm.
the nodes. If you look closely at them, do you see the dragon?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see the body of the dragon from
Yeah.
head to tail? Yeah, this is the
Yeah.
return of the dragon because now it's going back into Aries. So this is a partnership story, but it's also a story of the self. Aries, Libra. Like for example, in order for Bruce Leroy to find originally his own strength, his own I am, which he literally said, his motivation was partnership Libra, right? Without that, he wouldn't have bothered. He'd have been doing something else. He was even challenged, and that still wasn't enough. He was challenged more than once, and that still wasn't enough. But when the Libra element, and it's why Libra and Aries they go hand in hand. Think about the people that you would defend the quickest, with the people that you end up fighting with the most. They're your partners, Libra. You fight with your partners more than you fight with strangers, don't you? Think about it. If you ask the average person who they fight with the most, they're gonna look to the person sitting right next to them. You know what I'm saying? They might not say it because they don't want to start nothing. But that's Libra Aries, right? So we can see that not only are the nodes now in Libra, in Aries, but they're in a square to Pluto. That retrograde energy returning through Capricorn, which is things that are old. So thus the return of the dragon and opposite the sun. And this is why, the power and the energy was transferred to the sun through the mother, Cancer, and the moon. It's funny
Wow.
how like this really captures it. But yeah, I want to know your perspective, what you see, and how like just like the issues and themes that we just watched, they're also in the energy, which means they're also what people would be experiencing. So there's somebody right now who saw that and they're like, yo, her experience with substance abuse, there's somebody experiencing that. There's somebody struggling with that. But then they saw the inspiration of new family, new life, and the overcoming of that struggle. We've seen death as a theme of elders, right? His master, family. His not only looks, it is ill. Pluto and Capricorn. Not only did he find out his old master died, but also his father too. Pluto and Capricorn. And with that, the business, Pluto and Capricorn. We've seen old enemies surface. We've seen transference of power. We've seen family. And we've seen real estate too, all in there. We've seen buildings destroyed, Pluto and Capricorn. What do you see?
Did you say something?
Yeah, I said, what do you see?
Um, hmm. I just look at it from the perspective of um, with the sun on the rise, sun and the moon rather, on the rise. And it just, for me, I see this is about mastering the mind, thinking positive, and yeah, overcoming mental struggles, mental fights, mental things that have been weighing heavy on the mind. Um, with the North Node here, North Node is in the 10th house of the Sun, right? Squaring Pluto in the 7th. Yeah, so it's um, a lot of family stuff that needs to be released, removed, and it's been weighing on the mind. I guess we could say the heart too, right? Because you got Mars in the third. Um, yeah, Mars in the third by sign, and then the ruler of that is in the second. So it's like a heart and mind, and I love how the Venus is in between the Mars and the Mars and the Mercury. So it's like a balance that needs to happen. Is that 28? I think does Venus go retrograde at 28 or is it 29? The same nodal degree,
It's 28.
right? Do you know if it's 28? Whatever the case, it's still gonna
28.
retrograde at one of those degrees. So it's still making a trine to that north node. So I feel like just collectively, yeah, it's gonna be a lot of getting the children together, preparing the children, in whatever ways that are going to be necessary. Like the passing of the baton, because like you said,
Mm.
the elders has passed. Um, his master in the movie, his elder, passed away, right? But then he had his son. And so
Mm.
this is really about, I feel, mental preparation. I love how the energy really correspond current energies correspond to the storyline.
It's crazy,
Um
right?
yes, it's so
I
crazy,
will,
but
it mirrors it, like, because I didn't. It doesn't matter if I try to do it consciously or didn't try to do it consciously, because just like when we were talking about their charts and the fact that they're Capricorn Cancer energy, but it just happened to fall in alignment with Cancer season and the current energy. There's no way that that could have been planned out. It's always going to correspond. It's always going to line up, no matter what you do.
mm, family relationships, the rebuilding, restructuring of family relationships. I'm looking at the fourth house at the seventh house, like exactly on the seventh house. Fourth house ruler, I'm sorry. Fourth house ruler is at the seventh house cusp.
Hmm.
So it's like a reconstructing of the family. Yeah, I get a reconstructing of the family.
Exactly. That's what I named it. It's the restoration of the family, because it's either does one or two things. It's going to tear things apart from the inside out, even if it appears from the outside in, or it's going to restore things from
Mm-hmm.
the inside. Because the only
Mm.
way you can restore it is from the source, from the core, not from what's symptomatic. You don't build the building from the outside.
Mm.
It is very much that. You're right. What do you think about that Neptune? Because it's not just the sun and the moon and Pluto. It's also Neptune that are Venus too, Uranus too. Well, closely that Pluto and Neptune energy. Which is why we're examining the story that doesn't exist but does.
I was gonna
at the
say,
same time,
shoot.
at the
Mm.
same time, it's very real. It's very real. Think about how many times somebody created a story out of their mind that resonated with many people in their reality.
Mm.
And no matter how you tell the story, it's going to resonate somewhere. But this
Mm.
one and this energy is too perfectly aligned. So yeah, Neptune. When you think about the Neptune, when you add that into the equation,
Um, as far as the movie or just like in general?
as far as the movie, the chart, when you connect it into your analysis, because you were talking about the Sun and Pluto energy.
I think it's bringing up a lot of family stuff that was hidden from us. Family secrets could be exposed. I'm also thinking about the Neptune being in the eighth house cusp, or almost at the eighth house cusp of the Venus.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
relationships,
Oh yeah,
right? It's
dissolving,
already. Hmm.
dissolving. Venus, Neptune,
Hmm.
or
And then it's also a relationship between the sun and the moon opposite Pluto. So this is like deep, very deep heaviness that is work needing to work itself out between partnerships, marriages, couples. There's certain things that needs to be finally like dealt with. I feel like this energy is allowing it to finally be dealt with because we know squares, right? The north node square to Pluto is a fourth house energy already, right? And then we have the new moon in the fourth sign, Cancer. So it's like, yes, a lot of family stuff, deep rooted family issues, um, needs to
right.
come to the surface so that they can be dissolved. It's kind of like they won't be dissolved if they keep being stuffed under the rug or stuffed in the back of the subconscious and just carrying on like with this delusion of forgiveness or this delusion of, oh, that happened, let's just move on and go have drinks, or let's move on and go out to eat. And it's like there's been a lot of that happening, like let's just carry on and not discuss. Let me see, where's Mercury? Let's carry on and not discuss what actually took place. Okay, yeah, Mercury is squaring to Jupiter. So yeah, it's like let's just move forward and not really talk about the damage we did to each other or the hurt that we've caused each other. Let's just carry on, stuff it in the subconscious, and move forward. Keep on marching. And what ends up happening is the next time there's some sort of family or relational conflict, that same old thing is still festering because it never really got communicated or talked about. And I know that that's a lot of what's going on with the families. It's a lot of dark, heavy Pluto Capricorn things that have been occurring in within our homes, within our families, and it's not really being talked about. We're
Right.
just, we'll let some days go by, and then it's hey mom, or hey dad, or hey whatever, whoever. After y'all just had this crazy argument or this crazy, war basically, and
Yeah,
now,
this,
hmm,
so it becomes business as usual to ignore Saturn and Pisces, to ignore very important issues for the illusion of peace and cooperation.
right, and then the next time you guys like have a little disagreement or conflict, it's now, names are being called, or somebody is hitting somebody, or, however that may look for different people, different families. And the reality is there's no communication. That communication really needs to happen. I'm feeling like there's a stuck energy with the mindset. Like the mind isn't able to grow, or the mind isn't able to really function with the Mercury square Jupiter in these family dynamics. It's a lot of like willful ignorance that is occurring. And yeah, it's just Like even what you said with the addictions, that right there brought some clarity for me because I was thinking like like when I saw her with the drugs, it really
Mm-hmm.
had me thinking about like certain family members that I have, why there is so much what I thought was ignorance, willful ignorance, and it still could be, but it could be that there's really some drugs involved. There's some sort of, some sort of drug abuse, I guess we could say, or just with Saturn is
It's
utility,
how
right?
it goes together. You're talking about
Huh?
we know you were talking about drug abuse and willful ignorance. It's interesting how it goes together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, drug
That's how
use, drug misuse, being,
yeah,
Saturn is utility.
it's for the purpose of escapism or willful ignorance, because reality is too hard, so that kind of
Mm.
softens it because it gives you a filter through which to view it that makes it seem less than what it really is.
Yes. And will is the fifth house, right? Where the Neptune is at with Chiron, right? The willpower,
The willpower.
right? Fifth house is the will, or would you say the fifth house is the first?
No, I would agree with you.
Huh?
I said I would agree with you.
Okay.
The heart.
Right. The will, yeah. Yep. So yeah, that's what's going on in these families. Like, I know Pisces energy too has a lot to do with like family secrets or 12th house, family
Hmm.
secrets. And so yeah, looking at the North Node in the sixth, there's a lot of healing. There's a lot of um yeah, just a lot of healing that needs to take place.
A lot of
But yeah,
healing place, definitely.
mm-hmm. Yeah,
Definitely.
Jupiter in the sixth.
Mercury is approaching the that trying to Chiron. So it's Mercury, Jupiter, and Chiron. It is a lot of communication for the purposes of healing. Really kind of forces it. Mercury and Jupiter. It amplifies not only the need but the will to express certain things. Kind of like enough is enough. And then we see, Mars opposing Saturn, which that's where you have to confront all the things that are difficult Saturn that you bet Mars so that you can fix it Virgo, right? So
Yep.
you can't.
No more running. No more
Yeah.
drugs or whatever, you know.
Saturn Pisces is right. You come outside and you go to your car and there's a boot on it. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't. Or it isn't that it's, you're blocked in some way. You know what I'm saying? For being able to continue to escape Mars Saturn. If you're an escape artist.
Hmm.
And I think humanity collectively has been on that path for a while of willful ignorance.
Mm-hmm.
The sun trine Neptune, willful ignorance.
In a major way. High try.
Yeah. So you can't
Wow.
you can't fix these things if we don't acknowledge them. Mars Saturn. Right? And you see the segments of that throughout the storyline where it's not all just fun and games. Like that's like what this chart is. There's moments of pleasure and enjoyment and success and victory in it, but there are real serious extreme struggle through the process of it. There's destruction there's rebuilding, there's restoration, there's denial, there's rejection. That's the Sun, Pluto, Neptune, where you say, you know what, you got a problem with this. No, I don't. He didn't.
Yep.
He didn't just fix the. See all the details of that. I'm gonna expound on all of these things and color in some more details later. But that didn't happen like that. It doesn't work that way. You know what I'm saying? The Sun and Pluto. Don't forget the rejection that comes with Pluto, or the desire that comes with Pluto. The transformation that comes with Pluto. The
Mm.
depth that comes with it. It's not superficial. It's not superficial. You know?
Super.
Yeah. It's super official. But yeah, we're all gonna we're in the process already, going through very deep, extreme, transformative life changes where we're gonna have to consider what we need to do for ourselves, what our individual will is, in balance with partnerships and balance with family. Because we can't forget North Node and Aries says Aries is all about self-preservation. So
Mm-hmm.
it's focused on its own progress. See, the collective moves forward only by the individuals that it is comprised of moving forward, right? So if you get stuck, then we all collectively are stuck because you're stuck. And because everything is linked, though you can't see it. It's all tied together. That's also Saturn and Pisces. There are invisible chains that tie everything together by geometry, by math, by meaning, by purpose, by vibration.
Mm.
Can't see it. Like, give you an example of that, right? You meet
Mm-hmm.
somebody who has Mars conjunct your moon. You don't know that at the time. You find
Mm-hmm.
it out in hindsight, right? That person, you have a very extreme experience with them that really affects you at an emotional level, but it's painful.
Mm-hmm.
You're clearly, when you look back in hindsight, that energy was already there. So that degree, that particular degree that you experienced that showed that you were tied together. Likewise, you can watch something in a film that really affects you in a similar way emotionally, and you look up the actors chart, and they have Mars on your moon degree. See my point?
Mm-hmm.
Together. If nobody ever looked at this energy, it wouldn't change the fact that it's there. If nobody
Mm-hmm.
looked up at the stars, it wouldn't change the fact that they're there. If you couldn't see them, it wouldn't change the fact that they're there and they have their effect. So we're tied together by math.
Mm.
invisible math, Saturn and Pisces, math magic.
And Libra at the 10th house of Capricorn, too. Relationships are bound by cords. Everything
Exactly.
is bound by, yeah.
And these cores are being really right now strained, and it's really gonna show where, like, look, I've seen this. You think you could just walk in and out of any situation, how and when you feel like it, you're mistaken. It doesn't work that way. See, it makes us aware of these invisible binds that tie us together to people, but we're tied together by energy, right? Pluto, along with the nodes and the sun and Venus. Don't forget that too. The invisible ties, the soul ties, the solar ties. We have a segment of this that I would like to introduce, and if you could help me in the analysis of it, because I think so I'm glad that you popped up when you did, because I think only you're one of the few people that'll be able to see and decode what it is that I'm expressing here, right?
Hmm.
It's called the weekly blueprint. If knowledge is ready, right, we can get into it. But it's the energy of the week in a very expressed in a very unique way. And I want to know how you see it, so we can
Okay.
give them an idea of what's coming.
Krabby patty cake, spirals that the patties make. 69, yin and yang, got us on which path to take. Neptune, sun, you slept for fun. Everything you pass is fake. Starry ripple, artificial artifice. Mars stole the third of post. Saturn, that's the hardest fist, hard to miss. Artemis, water matter, you are the miss. Love rejection, what's the lesson? Answers coming to what's the question? Go with caution, soul divorce, and no remorse. And solar swords been too controlling, balancing a new emotion. Verbal surgeon works your nerves and hurts disturbing. Bruises open, view the omen, youth are golden. Glimpse to where the future's going. Shocker when the truth is spoken. Lava in the booth explosion. Knowledge beyond human notion. So Uranian, cause what begins is cloudy, confused, becomes awakening. New beginnings, week of the new Cancer moon. Just be patient, you can have the answer soon. Slow motion, this is life to expand the womb. A whole loaf became a light from the grand cocoon. New beginnings, week of the new Cancer moon. Just be patient, you can have the answer soon. Slow motion, this is life to expand the womb. A whole loaf became a light from the grand cocoon.
You know what? I feel like that needs to be played twice, because It's so condensed. There's so much in it. It's hard to catch it all at once.
Krabby patty cake, spirals that the patties make. 69, yin and yang, guidance on which path to take. Neptune, sun, you slept for fun. Everything you pass is fake. Starry ripple, artificial artifice. Mars, so the third opposed. Saturn, that's the hardest fist, hard to miss. Artemis, water matter, you are the miss. Love rejection, what's the lesson? Answers come to what's the question? Go with caution, soul divorce, and no remorse. And solar swordsman, too controlling, balancing a new emotion. Verbal surgeon works your nerves and hurts disturbing. Bruises open, view the omen, youth are golden. Glimpse to where the future's going. Shocking when the truth is spoken. Lava in the booth explosion. Knowledge beyond human notion. So Uranian, cause what begins is cloudy, confused, becomes awakening. New beginnings, week of the new Cancer moon. Just be patient, you can have the answer soon. Slow motion, this is life to expand the womb. A whole loaf became a light from the grand cocoon. New beginnings, speak of the new Cancer moon. Just be patient, you can have the answer soon. Slow motion, this is life to expand the womb. A whole loaf became a light from the grand cocoon.
So everything that you heard is basically the most condensed form of taking the upcoming transits of this week. Spirals of the planets make 69, Cancer sign, yin and yang, guide us on which path to take, right? Which way, because Mercury is where Jupiter is where you're going, right? Many roads. Neptune, sun, you slept for fun. Slept for fun. The sun is fun, right? Neptune is sleep. Like Amina, it's the first thing you said when you popped up. You said what?
Overslept.
Neptune, sun, you slept for fun. Everything you pass is fake, right? Because Neptune represents that which is artificial. Starry ripple, artifice, artificial, artifice, right? So Neptune. Mars, solar third opposed Saturn, that's the hardest fist because Mars is in the third position of Cancer, right? So it becomes the hand. So arguments become easier, conflicts become easier, fists get thrown easier with Mars in the third position of the Sun, especially from the perspective of family, right?
Mm,
Critical, accusatory language,
mm,
pointing
yes.
fingers.
And that energy is gonna be locked in for 18 months. I feel for the nodes. Wow.
Mars, solar third opposed Saturn, that's the hardest fist. Saturn is hard. Mars is the fifth. Mars opposite Saturn, right? You see it there. Hard to miss. So, because it's also accurate, right? Mars Saturn. Because Saturn is in line. It's in alignment. Artemis. Artemis, right? We're dealing with archery. Water, matter, you are the mist, right? Love, rejection, Sun, Pluto is what comes next. What's the lesson? Sun, so we have the Sun trine Neptune on Thursday, right? And we got Mars opposite Saturn. And then on Saturday, we have Sun and Pluto. Love, rejection. What's the lesson? Answers come to what's the question, because Pluto is the question. It's what you're investigating, right? The sun shines light on it. Answers come to what's the question. Go with caution. Pluto's in Capricorn. Sun is going. Go with caution. Solar, the sun. Soul divorcing. No remorsing, right? Pluto in Capricorn. You feel sad, you feel sorry. Cancer, Pluto in Capricorn, no remorsing. Solar swordsman, Sun Pluto, because Pluto is also the sword. Stabs you. Too controlling, Pluto in Capricorn, extreme control. Too consoling. The extremities of Pluto touching the Sun in Cancer applies its energy to the Sun in Cancer, amplifying it. Too consoling. Balancing a new emotion, right? So these are new extreme feelings. Verbal surgeon works your nerves and, right? Hurts disturbing, bruises open, because Mercury trines Chiron, right? Verbal surgeon, Mercury verbal, Chiron the surgeon, works your nerves and Mercury is work, right? And your nerves. And hurts Chiron and Aries, pain, disturbing, bruises open. So we're dealing with pain and wounds that open through words, and also healing that takes place. View the omen. See, this right here is the pearl of astrologezus. This part later, after after the fact. View the omen. Youth the golden, right? Glimpse to where the future's going, because the sun after that squares the north node, right? The sun squares the node, so the sun deals with the child, the youth, right? The north node is the direction you're going. Glimpse to where the future's going. Shocking when the truth is spoken. Mercury then squares Uranus. Shocking when the truth is spoken. Because then you don't care, like you say, people is holding back what they say, and what they think, and things that
Mm-hmm.
they need to discuss. Mercury square Uranus doesn't care about that. It says enough is enough. I'm just saying what needs to be said. Mercury Uranus, who cares? Is what needs to be said. Shocking words, right? But
Mm.
it's knowledge. Shocking when the truth is spoken. Lava in the booth explosion. Knowledge beyond human notion.
Mm.
So you're right, because what begins is cloudy, confused. Because it starts off with the sun trine Neptune. What begins is cloudy, confused, becomes awakening. Mercury square Uranus at the end. the new beginnings of the week of the Cancer moon. Just be patient, right? Sun opposing Pluto in Capricorn, just be patient. Mars opposed Saturn, be patient. You can have the answer soon, because it ends with Mercury square Uranus. Be patient. Slow motion, Mars Saturn. This is life to expand the womb. A hole opened, came a light. Sun in Cancer. A hole open, came a light from the grand cocoon. So this is the week through the eyes of ASTROLOGEZUS. Those are real official frog sounds, by the way, whoever asked it. No artificial frog sounds here. It's a real deal.
You went out. You said, what about the frogs?
Someone had asked before if they were real frog sounds, and I was saying these are not fake frog sounds. These are real deal frogs. Dude, no, we don't do artificial frog sounds here. All of the sounds are official. That's the real Koki Frog Orchestra out there, doing what they do best.
The connection is going in and out.
That's the energy, Sun opposite Pluto.
Yo, super Casanova, super cat promoter, lion, no fire glow, super karaoke. This is poetic dopamine, better than Coca-Cola. I'm dope, I mean open stream. I be choking cobra, snake charmer, brain macabre, ancient knockaway, karma, city Rams Day. In this diaphragm, diorama, diurnal herbalist, moving diagram, watching my vision is panoramic with it. It's subbotanic, flower child, showered in clouds, my soul expanded. Life is a design, why didn't you know the planet? Polish up knowledge, my wisdom will coat the planet. I get it, I'm so demanding, supply, gotta cut the wire, run traditional umbilical cord inside the cipher. As a baby, grab the mic instead of a pacifier. Melody appetizer, beware buyer, this is some rare fire. Sit in a chair higher, giving a spare tire. You're on your last lap like a stripper that just for tiger. Now I mean my queen seem to be sweeter than the papaya. I move far away from dinners to wear blinders. Gold colored contacts, solar power guard rap. No one can doubt that I'm that lyrical exerciser, spiritual advisor, and I'm the kind of man that miracles admire. Minerals are minor, I majored in all required to complete the grand arcanum. Leaping the phantom quantum, Phoenician, the fire blossom. Come reach for this higher doctrine, Mayan shaman, mind boggling. Reach to the time I'm all the skin, moccasins, forgotten sins. Common men, nature, Ganiga, Tom sovereigns. Making bullet points, lacking freedom is a problem. Carry extra magazines like they speaking in your column. I came from the center, never started from the bottom. Got your children in school, being smart is an option. Rhyme book, encyclopedia is written in the margins. Listen in the market, sexual healing. My medicine is revealing that the stars in the sky got ancestors in the ceiling. Moods of Allah in my hand gestures. Zodiac gang signs, it's the grand netter. Time slipping through our fingers, fit a sand texture. Chandelier in the ceiling full of ancestors. Moods of Allah in my hand gestures. Zodiac gang signs, it's the grand netter. Chandelier in the sky full of ancestors. Show you clear, maybe you can understand better. Yes. Zodiac lay shower me. Spirits from above, those who passed away flower me. Allah's intelligence, I may out when they encountered me. Effortlessly writing their verse before you count to three. With a sound to see, a sight to hear, the taste of beauty. My ancestors in the sky told me make a movie. It's the mega Sufi, something like a mega Sufi. The grand makers open bars, I can make the zoo free. I'm giving season passes to the secret passage. Not a tunnel, but a chapter unreleased status. Slow gas, mine ain't fast enough to beat molasses. Midget at a strip club, arms ain't long enough to reach the masses. see the Phoenix resurrected. If you read the ashes, cross me, you'll be seeing axes, reenactors, needing atlas, like IG tags. Meet me at the Atlas, bullet train, bloodshot eyes from drinking out your reading glasses. Zodiac's name, crack your brain, rappers slain, master pain. I make hits, they making Cassius claims, older than Apostle Luke age. Smoke pop with Luke Cage, the Bushmaster, Mussolini, Galactica. Houdini couldn't see me with a crystal ball, eagle, regal, seeking all lies to plot a dream for y'all. I push past the vision y'all look after. Clear while I'm the finisher here like wood lacquer. Shooting star comedy type like good laughter. Heavy steel like a waiter when I walk on with toast. God's called me on the tower here, I'm talking with ghosts. Like sun rays in the seance, I slice like a radiant. Zodiac real estate, kingdom of the avians. He's up above us, they thinking that I'm Canadian. KZ the chosen A-bomb, I wrote the ape song. Magician that can open they palm, exploded napalm. King Kong, Kami high, exploding ape palm with granite countertop. Holding wishes in my palm, I granted Megalodon, Megatron, and stretching my mind's height. Tap the split and subtly up Gregory hindsight. Mooders of Allah in my hand gestures. Zodiac gang signs is the grand netter. Time slipping through our fingers, fit a sand texture. Chandelier in the ceiling full of ancestors. Mooders of Allah in my hand gestures. Zodiac gang signs is the grand netter. Chandelier in the sky full of ancestors. Show you clear, maybe you can understand better.
That one right there always bring me life.
Ancestors in the ceiling.
Pluto and Capricorn.
Right.
Ancestors in the ceiling.
Yeah.
Pluto represents those who have passed. Capricorn is the ceiling.
Yeah.
The sun is lights. So the ancestors in the ceiling, which is also the microcosm of that is in your head.
Mm-hmm. Natal
Everything
chart.
was in your head. Everything that's outside of you is inside of you. What are your thoughts on the blueprint?
I think it's good. I just was gonna ask about the other days. Were there like no major aspects these other days?
Those are the days when those aspects are exact.
Okay.
So really, you could say that because we know that every aspect is already approaching or is dissipating. So you start to feel the energy of certain things, or they reach a point where they could be a few minutes away beforehand, right? But there's a point where the energy is exact. So
Mm.
those are really the peak moments of those particular energy signatures, those particular events. Sun Neptune is event. It's many events. Mars Saturn is an event. Sun Pluto is an event. Mercury Chiron is an event. And see, each one of those aspects, somebody was born with them. There's somebody who has the Sun Neptune, somebody who has Saturn, right? There's somebody who has Mercury Uranus, somebody who has the sun in the nose, to somebody who has Mercury Chiron, and all those things are going to be activated for them per what it is that in their chart they have. You got Mercury Uranus, when Mercury squares Uranus, you are the instrument that's called upon to play that song. So yeah, the reason why the other days are apparently blank is because those are not times when those aspects are exact.
Right.
Even those aspects will be, and the energy that they indicate will be present even during those days. So, for example, on Friday, you're still going to feel Mars Saturn and you're still going to experience Mars Saturn, despite the fact that it was exactly Thursday, right? You're still going to experience Sun Pluto Friday, even though on Saturday is when it's exact. Shoot, you're still going to feel that on Sunday. You're still going to feel that Monday, right?
Mm-hmm.
But these are the major aspects, the clash of the titans. You know, we experience what the lights are doing when they sit around the round table and they have their discussion and they argue, and Mars across the table yells at Saturn, and Saturn says, "Oh wait, chill out." You know what I'm saying? I've been sitting at this table the longest, right? And the sun sits across from Pluto, and it expresses itself. It's joking around, and Pluto's like, "Nah, yo, be serious here. This is a serious meeting." Pluto and Capricorn, right? And then below, we all experience that energy and live it out and personify it, what they're doing, in a host of different ways. See, that answers that question. You have any other questions about it? Or was that the only one?
Mm-mm. Oh well, what is this Sun, Mercury, Sun?
Okay, so look, if you read it from the top down, so now I'm glad you said that because it's important to read it the right
Oh,
way.
okay.
So you read it from,
Oh, right. Okay, I see what you did.
don't read it across, read it from the top down. I'm
Right.
glad you brought that up because somebody might look at that and they don't, they're not going to automatically, if they're not familiar with the symbols,
So
go
Sun
by
opposes Pluto exactly on Saturday. Got it.
Sun, Sun
Mercury
Pluto.
trines Chiron.
Right, right. Now you get it. So this is the sequence of events in which that I explained different ways of
Revenge, huh? Revenge in the Sun.
now. Now, okay, now you get it. Knowledge, can you play it again one more time because I think she's ready. She's ready to crack open the egg here. The cosmic egg,
Play what again?
the blueprint.
Oh, I get it. You
But
what? Like the transits or the lyrics?
it's gonna hit even more after
Grab your patty cake. Spirals that the patties make. 69, yin and yang, guidance on which path to take. Neptune, sun, you slept for fun. Everything you passed is fake. Starry ripple, artificial artifice. Mars, so the third opposed. Saturn, that's the hardest fist. Hard to miss. Artemis, water matter, you are the miss. Love rejection, what's the lesson? The answers come to what's the question? Go with caution, soul divorce, and no remorse. And solar swords been too controlling, too consoling, balancing a new emotion. Verbal surgeon works your nerves and hurts, disturbing bruises open. View the omen, youth are golden. Glimpse to where the future's going. Shocking when the truth is spoken. Lava in the booth explosion. Knowledge beyond human notion. So Uranian, cause what begins as cloudy, confused, becomes awakening. New beginnings, week of the new Cancer moon. Just be patient, you can have the answer soon. Slow motion, this is life to expand the womb. A whole loaf became a light from the grand cocoon. New beginnings, week of the new Cancer moon. Just be patient, you can have the answer soon. Slow motion, this is life to expand the womb. A whole loaf became a light from the grand cocoon.
Through the lens of Cancer.
Huh?
Said through the lens of Cancer.
Mm, I'm trying to, what exactly am I expounding on? Like each day, like the transits or the
It's up to
lyrics?
both, the connection between the two, because they're one and the same. The lyrics are the decoding of the symbols.
Right. Okay, I don't remember verbally verbatim word for word that was said, so I guess I would just have to go off of what I know these transits to be.
Exactly.
Um, okay, so um, Sun trine Neptune on Tuesday. I feel that's going to be a day where we are feeling very, inspired to really tap in with spirit. Maybe even expressing our imagination in these different creative, marketable ways. So whatever you're good at, whatever you are talented at, especially when it comes to like spiritual talents, musical talent, um, excuse me, musical talents, spiritual talents of any kind. This is going to be, or if that's what you're into, Thursday would be a really great day to market that, to broadcast that, to share maybe even your philosophies regarding that. For those who love spirituality, any type of divination, any type of metaphysics, this would be a great day to uh, deal with that, allowing your mind to travel as well. So, any type of psychedelics or anything like that, I think this would be a great time to just tap in with spirit, gain those messages. There could even be a theme here where, Neptune is retrograde. So it could be, yeah, Neptune is retrograde. So there could even be like a theme here around maybe even going down maybe memory lane and rediscovering, like having this aha moment or this aha memory of some kind, like, oh yeah, I used to do that, I used to love dancing, or I used to love um painting, or what have you. I feel called to get back involved with that and really like run with that, run full-fledged with that in some way. I just think it's a beautiful energy for our imagination and our creative gifts. Um, the Mars opposite Saturn on Thursday to couple with that. So that's interesting. That's happening on the same day. Um, so I feel, yeah, this is really just to couple with that energy, this is a good time to like publicly market yourself, publicly broadcast the self in whatever way it is that you do. And it's also an energy of partnerships. So I feel like this can be a good energy where two people can maybe even do something or start something. Maybe it's you for the listeners. You and somebody could be starting a new business partnership that deals with spirituality or that deals with creativity, that deals with the imagination or the arts or the performing arts, right? Anything like that, any type of performing of spirituality of some kind. And then Saturday, uh, the sun opposes Pluto. I think this is really going to highlight, and shed light on our partnerships, maybe even long term partnerships we've been involved in for a very long time. It's going to really shine a light on like what's hidden or what the issue is, what the detrimental pattern is, whatever is just in the way of growth, whatever is in the way of the shared goal, whatever conflict that could be, it's going to really show itself, especially when it's coupled with that Mercury trine Chiron. Mercury is in Leo and the Chiron is in Aries. Yeah. So definitely, this is definitely going to be showing the wounds, presenting the wounds, or maybe just showing you some sort of gateway where we can actually transform, we can actually heal, we can actually overcome. We can overcome this. It might not be easy with the sun square the nodes.
And appears that she got hit with the sun Pluto. But I'm gonna take it from there. With the sun square the nose, we're dealing with an experience that brings to light what direction we're supposed to be going. And in balance, because remember the nodes are in Aries and Libra. Balancing our own needs, our own desires, our own motivations, our own selfish urges with what's just and what's balanced in the equilibrium of partnerships, right? So this is the sun playing the role of being that middle point between the two extremes of self versus partnerships, right? So the sun in the position of family and care, so we're balancing out family, we're balancing out business, sun opposite Pluto. Same time, we're balancing out the self and our individual needs and our individual will, our individual drive, and partnerships with others, right? All these things are tied together in such a way where there's going to be certain things that you may want to do for yourself that you realize that there's others that you're tied to that you need to accomplish whatever it is that you want to do. And then you'll find that you have to deal with the balance of selfish urges versus where others may need you in their story the same way you need certain people in yours, right? So we're all tied together in very intricate ways based on purpose. This energy really is going to define that, you know, and bring more clarity towards where it is that you're going, being able to not only feel it out, but also to be able to see it more clearly. But you have to slow down. Man, listen, I'm gonna tell you something. This energy this whole week, the most important thing is patience. There's so much stopping, there's so much delays, there's so much. It begins with not being. Sun and Neptune is dreamy, it's imaginative, but it isn't clear, right? Mars, Saturn is slow when you want to go fast, or delays, or roadblocks, right? Sun opposite Pluto in Capricorn. Capricorn is ruled by Saturn. It takes on all those same flavors, but the sun is action and wants to act. Pluto in Capricorn, you have to incorporate time and certain procedures in order to achieve whatever it is that you're trying to do. Or there's other people that you need. So all this whole energy is a lot of squares and blocks and slowness and working things out, confronting things, transforming things. This is a slow, extreme, alchemical process that results in change. Mental change. Seeing things differently, thinking differently. Awakening your mind. From being asleep, Neptune, to mentally awake is what this is. From not being clear into being able to see what's coming. My third eye seen it coming before it happened. Right? This is prophetic. So watch all this take new meaning in hindsight, after the fact. And we'll be back with another one. Next week.
King, the immortalized man to a titan. Superman the man, fill my hands with the lightning. Eyes hold forever, understand, be enlightened. Superman the man, I expand your horizon. King, the immortalized man to a titan. Superman the man, still I am is exciting. Eyes hold forever, understand, be enlightened. Superman the man, raise your hands, I'm arriving. What if tree of life fruits that we plant didn't ripen? I'm the man with the trident from the hands of Poseidon. I ain't never been stiller than my hands when I'm sniping. I made they been still a laser beam from my eyes send. Something about Mary sat with Christ and the wise men, shining on my sun return while icing on the cake. Roman candles got it covered like the icing on the cake. The frost stings like the bite of a snake. Wings on the boulevard, guess the lions awake. Bottled in my flesh suit, so the brightness won't escape. Thinking I'm a man when I'm a bolt of lightning on the break. An escaped angel, clearly trying to hide amongst the apes. Mystic science is awake. This is window psilocybin. When you've been as still as I am. When traveled everywhere at once, who bends the will of iron. When I was sent to kill the skyman, been an iron with a thought no one so high they can't relate. They've been denying I'm the boss, I'm a nation of fate. I ain't ancient like 8, that's infinite. I am ancient, I ain't made it. Quite amazing, I am raising the gate. Between the spirit world and matter, I remain with no weight. Like a burst from lines, Superman, Manchurian candidate. Bright crystal stones glisten, come and polish the rock star. God's plan's the greatest, that's astrology, rock bar. Time is fast hands, I be watching the clock spar. King, the immortalized man to a titan. Superman the man, fill my hands with the lightning. Eyes hold forever, understand, be enlightened. Superman the man, I expand your horizon. King, the immortalized man to a titan. Superman the man, still I am is exciting. Eyes hold forever, understand, be enlightened. Superman the man, raise your hands, I'm arriving. Superman landscape, drew me in the landscape. He spoke supreme math to the humans, he would translate. Beauty in the ant shape, cue me when the plants wake. Screen time clock gears, Gucci in the handshake. Overlap, wrote the rap, lyrics on the finish line. To Jesus, how you playing, reach the cusp. Bowing arch, spin line, bowing like a twisted spine. Blowing up like sniffing lines, glowing sun, cryptic signs. Swedish fruit growing on the thinnest vine, Aquarius to Taurus. Transformed from mandible, nasty Gnostic. The world is yours, that's a mandible. Mr. Tricky, happy Ghostbuster. Pendable, bamboo. Fools with minds empty, but their hands are full to masturbate. Emotional tricks that they don't plan to pull. Tales of the Morris Nabbies that walk with half-breeds. Atlanteans that cross with man-seeds across the Andes. Carrying the bloodline of God until their hands bleed. Bullets I already heard coming, that's a stampede. Remix the rail, you can base your post off his. Jump them on next like vampires when they can't feed. King the immortalized, man to a titan. Superman the man, fill my hands with the lightning. Eyes hold forever, understand, be enlightened. Superman the man, I expand your horizon. King the immortalized, man to a titan. Superman the man, still I am, it's exciting. Eyes hold forever, understand, be enlightened. Superman the man, raise your hands, I'm arriving. He's eternal, can't date him like a married man. I cross the gates of life and death and only carry sand. Lift your truck with one arm, now that's a caravan. How rappers gon' reach for the mic when they don't have no hands? Cut the lions, made exaggeration. With the captain, that's decapitation, Captain Ancient. They hate the music, but they clap when y'all rich. Sell the looses, on the looses, that's the cap it all this. Take your best shot, I'm unscathed after y'all miss. I wasn't born, I'm the product of a Dragon Ball wish. Zodiac computer system making matter exist. I was bred to do the coding like you batter y'all fish. Anagram, a grand arcana, all exists, did an exits. Treasure with the exits. Exercise the demons, did Pilates with the exorcist. Sharpest with the left in this, complete the task, don't even ask him. Sees his ass beneath the trash, I rap below the waist like I shot them in the leg and hips. Sperm inside the egg and lips. Work your mind to search and find the secrets of the turning time. Serpentine, I'm serpentine. It gets deeper, I'm the speaker with my serpent's mind. Sun summoner, visions of an Elohim. God of the universe, swimming in the endless dream. Bottom to the top, we expand from the mezzanine. Man is the best machine, I'm grand like you've never seen. Sun summoner, visions of an Elohim. God of the universe, swimming in the endless dream. Bottom to the top, we expand from the mezzanine. Man is the best machine, I'm grand like you've never seen. I'm so accommodating, in harmony with it all. And so the comments ate him. Rap snacks, real rappers intimate, so I calmly ate him. So I kinda ain't him, jealous, so they kinda hate him. Love is strong, the church of astrology, this is my congregation. I was spotted above, like giraffes inside a constellation. Connecting the dots we made it. Mr. Doctor Occupation, couldn't get his ops to face him. Operation Watch the Raven, don't it feel safe to finally figure out the combination? Happy yet, and that's a boxer with a calming Asian. Cut the beast's birth rate in half and call it condemnation. Think I'm taking over your gang? This gang is contemplation. Watch me, I salam and put your lips on my Converse. Now that's a conversation, a sign of confirmation. It's the iconic Mason. See me lyrically at the top, that's not the domination. Gotta race them, gotta trace them, gotta praise them, gotta raise them, gotta embrace them. Change is coming. He's the living Jew in jewelry, gotta praise them. Got equations, product placing, product pacing, product blazing, provocation. Copy on your college station, mental scene, server, independent stream, server, Kyle Holiak, Goku with a sense of being burger. Pop out with the spinners, dip, essential gene worker. It's the in-between earth that took an endless dream further. Cut to in the scene, worker. Come and get your team murdered by the in the gleam berber. My shine is immaculate, aligned with the math of it, designed with the master grip. And why they be forgetting that you rhymed if I'm after it? Get tried by the dragon spit, how high do I have to get? I saw a giant turtle when I climbed on the back of it, then populate the planet. It is odd, the Jurassic dictionaries, digits buried, words stored in the RAM. Like fortune cooking pearls, the gems are from the jaws of a clam. Sun summoner, visions of an Elohim. God of the universe, swimming swimming in the endless dream. Bottom to the top, we expand from the mezzanine. Man is the best machine, I'm grand like you've never seen. Sun summoner, visions of an Elohim, God of the universe, swimming in the endless dream. Bottom to the top, we expand from the mezzanine. Man is the best machine, I'm grand like you've never seen.
Magical. Super magical. I'm so glad that you brought those up because for those who don't know, that story is linked, it's connected. Those are glimpses of the future. Without giving you, the whole storyline, those are snapshots into a future time after Bruce Zeroy, right? That's the son of Bruce Zeroy in the future, right? So what I'm gonna do next for my next trick is I'm gonna fill in time periods in between that and give some more of the detail of that story and some more links to that chain, right? And I'm excited to see where it goes, see what comes out of the mind. So that's another great use of this Sun Neptune energy for those who have a creative purpose. This energy is marvelous for creativity, blending the Sun with Neptune. The Sun is the childlike energy. Neptune is imagination. If you notice something, children are able to tap into the imagination easily. Later on, you start talking about, oh, I'm gonna go take a class on how to meditate. You gotta teach that to a child because they're naturally attuned and they don't need no drug to tap into that imagination, right? So this energy puts us all under the influence of great imagination, but also calculated thinking merged, right? It's a great time to tell the next tale. So, willfully, we'll find out what happens next when we open the doors again of the congregation. And now, if you have any final thoughts?
Everything that we wanted to accomplish today, we got a chance to do so and then some. So this was remarkable.
We
This
went
was
above
remarkable.
we went above and beyond.
And Zion.
Yeah.
To infinity and Zion.
Yeah. I appreciate everybody that came through in order to catch some of these gems that we've been dropping here. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Come with the congregation of ASTROLOGEZUS. The next one is going to be even more magical than today. But we definitely, before we go out, we gotta take that journey one more time. You know, we gotta, from knowledge to born, right? Beginning to end, the return of the dragon, Pluto, the sun, and the nose, the return, the aura, Jinn, the Alpha to the Omega, the beginning to the end, from the head to the tail. Where else you gonna go? We're back to where you started. At a higher level. All praise ASTROLOGEZUS. Where else will you go? But to a higher part of yourself.
I say now, give us that poetry on number 7. He wanted to go to heaven, so I took him in 7. You took him in 7. Oh, I'm the king of the world. Hold it. You're not that great. I'm a bad man. I shook up the world. I must be the greatest. I told the world. I talk to God every day.
I'm the greatest of all time. I'm the greatest of all time. Yeah, I rob thunder, so the blind wonder. I heard he's amazing, he's making his own shrine. I'm the greatest of all time. I'm the greatest of all time. Yeah, I know you hear the truth. There's no fear in your flesh and soul. Where you wait, you'll be fine. Greatest of all time. Mastering the clock, circumnavigate your block. His brain is a gold mine. Greatest of all time for health. I'm so patient, I waited on alkalines. Intelligent elevation. Cause the moon to the head of the great awakening. Remove because the music you playing is asinine. Capricorn goat had to face a long climb. Made it to the top, now the stage is all mine. You're facing the wrong sign. Arabian thought wine make up for the lost time. Just remember who was there when nobody respected you. Nobody was checking for you. Like a watch displaying the wrong time. You get what you asked for. Quit what you rapping for. All lives matter, seen that some lives matter more. I'm not your average mortal, it's bull matador. Spirit that appeared in the flesh through the matador. Till we bring the empathy back, some minds have to pour. I'm all that and more. Take you on a magic tour. Greatest of all, that's for sure. Your flow isn't half as pure. Out the sky ministry, balance the flower symmetry. Rappers ain't reaching my height, they ain't that mature. Their music catalog looking like a whack brochure. Need to fold already. I see my goals, I'm steady. I'm speaking gold confetti in front of your globe assembly. We don't have to crawl, we can crack the wall with herbs so loud. I'm puffing at Yo Salvador, strong enough to open my nose and inhale a basketball. When you last scored, your ancestors moved. We don't have the same goals, we gave it a different backboard. Learning from different schools, displayed on a different blackboard. We been blackballed, since we been black, y'all. When we were last called, check your phone log. I accept my soul's job to correct my own laws. I stay awake, never know me to nod unless I'm in agreement over hot beats playing. Put my message in the cement like a Hollywood star. Motors with a tablet like a giant iPod. Whispers in the wind, climb the higher heights, God. There's no freedom if you fear for your death. Got the cherry tunnel in the experience of flesh. The theories isn't as fresh. I clearly got the finesse and fear my intellect. Clearly it's just a mess. I found it, but you're impressed. I vowed to be the best. My crown that can break your neck. Years of a technician so heavy, it appears I'm clearly the best living, uplifting. My religion is the holy intellect. Solar ball game, your theories can't intercept. What's failing for being me's your idea of success. The criteria to say that blank here is the best. Insert the name on the tombstone, these words in the frame. Another so and so I murdered in the words I exchanged. Phoenix King, suddenly I burst into flames. Your imaginary world is but a theory, I bet. You ain't close to me, I give you 10 years to confess. These artificial heart crystals, I ain't here to impress. Many suffer from within but appear to be blessed. The ones closest ain't the ones that always hear you the best. I see Mother Earth spilling more tears from her breast. You can't eat sorrow, you see it better tomorrow. I know where I'm headed, intelligent people follow to understand the hole in the earth that's going hollow. With our vision, I ain't seeing it all through false goggles. Explore novels, human is your apostle. This music is pure gospel, crushing the revisionist, stuck in cognitive dissonance. Gotta remain vigilant. From one sharp point, I pop the bubble of a hypnotist, underhanded villainous. The ones that grant privileges in exchange for the true rights that life's given us. Color brand businesses, understand the inference. God speaks through me, I'm a son of man, ventriloquist, rubber band physicist. We get a grip, snap back to reality. Who can come after me? You ain't ready yet, you should get back to me. Grab the microphone like you should give that to me. Pictures couldn't capture me, the magic in your majesty. Dressing so sharp for the gala in the galaxy.
I'm the greatest of all time. I'm the greatest of all time. Yeah, I rock thunder, so the blind wonder. I heard he's amazing, he's making his own shrine. I'm the greatest of all time. I'm the greatest of all time. Yeah, I know you hear me. There's no theory, no lesson. So weary, you're waiting, you'll be fine.
Come adapt to the adept. Zodiac, I made a pact at the apex, stronger than the ape's pecs. Any test, I'ma pass it like a rain check. Liquid assets like mermaids we stripping. First rate magician, earth space collision. Oracle grenades, pouring visions on my brain specs. Circuit board, your mental plane high in yellow jacket. Tyrannosaurus, Apex, Velociraptor, shaman ladder, climbing to the main steps. Putting solar bodies about the Thor train wreck. Rocket of Gibraltar, Hercules pillars left aside in Gamora, Gemini, Tupac. Is it chakra or Shakora, Torah? Tube ox, the Andromeda, Aurora, Taurus torpedo, shot him about the water. 1,000 petal golden lotus blossomed out my aura. Grand and unusual plans of Manson musical. Captain Planet reader, my temple's Law's address. Meet me at the pinnacle, Pineal Polaris. Mountain summer clouds above a genie in the palace. Uranus reposes sun, Ingenium Solaris. Ground root procedure, sound booth Khalifa. Put the head books, I read Mount Kuf the Keitha. Father the new leader, impossible view dreamer. My unicorn semen, each drop is a womb cleaner. Phenomenal truth speaker, it's my duty just to glisten. Pyramid cyclops, count the rubies I be spitting. Do you see the fixed signs and the beauty of a griffin? Kabbalah zodiac back, view me in the kitchen, making tree of life smoothies from the fruit of my fruition. My sound is panacea, they don't believe it. I'm KA-GREGATION, King David Letterman, ASTROLOGEZUS, God with the 7 hands. Try to enter my trident denture. It's the Neptune weapon in the side of Electra. Signs of my lectures, primordial stealth. Solar body Zoom meeting, sending thoughts to myself. This light speed, bright weeds like Lemurian kelp. They don't understand the plan and the formulas dealt. Reincarnate just to pass the torch to myself.
Yeah. Bruce ZEROY, the truth from no decoy. Hey yo. Lung food, spirit flipping, catch the arrow while blindfold. To know without knowing, searching for the sublime glow. No longer your master taught you everything I know. That's when the master said our time was complete. Told me about the 7 levels I was trying to reach. Kick Rick, going medallion, left to fly through the streets. The beat of unsung joy, seek for some dumb goy. Turned into a wise man, that was some dumb boy. Bruce Lee upon the screen, while they breaking the aisle. Somebody smashed their radio, watch them breaking the style. Sort of walking to the room, shorty breaks in a smile. Hands on his face, points to me, he's praising my style. Fist in my face, surrounding his clowning, I can't listen. The secret, and waste eyes and clouded by ambition. Listen, he said I got something real for you in these hands. Superman stories about the legendary Z-Man. The watch side, Bruce ZEROY, they spoke deep plans with these hands. I give them the beats with no tree brand. Please to make a toast with just one glass up. During the show, a fool screaming, shut your dumb ass up. Out the book of life given, only one match struck. But all 50 of you come to the stage just for the fun of it. Smashing heads, biting their legs, chopsticks, I'm done, I dipped. Stepped on the elevator, press number 7. I thought I reached the final level, but it wasn't heaven. Kai Elohim, the bars
kiss the rhythm of the nighttime. Begging vanity to spin the song and get the night fine. When she declined his offer, Eddie was pissed. Lil' bro was in the crowd, catching the kiss. Eye connection while she left and hopping the side of the lift. Caught her slipping by the exit, driver stressing his fist before a strucker caught his hand and put his men in the switch. Helped her rubber eyes connected, then I left in the mist. Quick, Eddie was living with his men all bruised. Back at the dojo, on off walk, and made me bend to his shoes. Damn, didn't want to do it, had my mans inside a headlock. Reluctantly, my head dropped. Kiss his shoes, got her picture, grew back at the best spot. Logo on the screen, looking fine, it's like a Libra. I get like a diva, I would like to see you. I would like to see her. Fire like a fever, like a lion to the zebra. Even said it'll bring me to you if I carry him and rap there. Fashionable cashmere, the crate looks like a half chair. Waited outside, that's when fate would collide. The kidnapped her, but I peeped it, got the place in the ride. Yo, made her watch some garbage video, I kicked in the door. Like notorious for DOS, I threw up hitting all four. Eddie's head in a piranha tank that dripped on the floor. Hide heads need cool water, take a sip that I pour. Next we hit her ass, posted as she slid off her shoes. Like a bird with a hidden nest, I'm missing the clues. Blindfolded, private eye that blinks, the mission is smooth. Record players spinning slowly, couldn't get in the groove. Love is clumsy, kinda awkward, found the gift that I lose. Present things return more valuable than this I can prove. Made a necklace, made an exit, hope that this is excused. Courts of love is now rejection, like a kiss that's refused. Wanna smash, gotta dash, what's a nigga to do? You socket to me, I socket to you. Cool breeze blowing through, dancing posse crew. Where's the master? Here's the laughter, nothing's funny but you. The master's busy acting silly, left me stuck for a few. On zone, I'm stepping in the pizza shop, whole crew with shoulder pads, screaming on his folks' dad. Oh, you mean Junior? Yeah, Junior, things is going bad. Mama throwing dough in their face like strip clubbing. Little bro got tossed in the trash, yo, kick something. Who plays his garbage shit in the glass in the brick oven? It's better than McLovin. Z, I'm the baddest man around, you ain't gotta like me. Just take a chicken-hearted son, now he's gotta fight me. Shut up as they speeding off, hug my mama tightly. They all looking down on me when I'm God Almighty. Hit the heavy bag, imagine it's him. Lord walking, smiling at me while I'm mad at the gym. Said she needs a bodyguard to guard her African skins. Said I should look like a master as she laughed with a grin. So seductive while I'm down the lotus flower that has some bloom. Eddie Arcadian was good enough as cast of goons. And my meanest, the baddest and the prettiest. Keep your money, I just wanna smash until he's hideous. I bumped into Laura, the apology's mine. Took a ride, look inside, surprised and shocked at one time. Kissed her while my brother spying, there's a lot on the line. Like Bruce and his opponent's lair, I jetted not a good time. Once the coast was clear, the folks appeared and tied them up both. Set the stage, the beast have left the cage in silence, they hopes. Hey my man, but it's looking like when pie gets a hoax. Straight from Daddy Green's pizza, roll the dice as I told. I wanna see the masses now, put these guys in the yoke. For a fortune cookie machine with hidden lines that I quote. From a master that don't exist, from my third eye isn't broke. My former teacher pointed at me like the lines in the scope. I was born a quiet storm with grew in high into slopes. Brought an arsenal of weapons, crept inside with no cloak. Corrupt powers, tied as break dancing, slide from you ropes. Announced me once I hit the stage like I was miming the host. In the zodiac circle in the sight buzz spokes. Each degree's a blade and angle, cut the pie in the ghost. None chuck and punch struck him, 25 of them smoke. Took a lie at the woke, tossed aside as I choked. They kept coming, always lost to the arrival of most. My students came to shoot a flame, my troops collided the goat. Tasting Eddie through a warehouse, bullets fly through the toast. Though a ninja starts and darts to turn the sky to a roast. Save my brother from a scuffle, locked inside of us both. Shut off every simple final boss and working it slow. Ducking kicks and blocking punches with berserkers I throw. Many certain blows kick me through the surface exposed. I return the favor, resting while he's hurting. I pose and turn a second, then the vanish, then return with a glow. Who's the master, bruised and battered to the surface below. Like red lightning at his fingertips, you hurting him so. Couldn't say it till I waited in the waters to grow. It's one place I never looked to find the source of the flow. Emerging from the baptism bag, dripping like a rich apostle who became Christ. Like the fish couldn't miss the gospel. Saw visions in the mind, swimming with no goggles, no gillies on the kid. Waited, but I didn't wallow. The last time I had emerged, Fibonacci spiral, flick of Vitruvian man. To the heights I flew, glistening ready as more like a supernova. You got the glow, I got the glow. Go check the beauty thrower. Can I kick him to the tub? Let's do this dookie odor. ZEROY green tokens, what you gonna do to Yoda? Hung him out to dry and see the bullets about to fly. Bow scum suck, pull the trigger, out and down they cry. And when he came to check, my body was dead. Caught the bullet in my teeth and I stuck inside of my head. That's how my joints got crooked. Look how he got tied up instead. Pigs took him over, looking off the side of the legs. I'm still glowing, still growing to the skies I spread. Sit with me in the groove, I walk in, all white. Could you teach me some moves? I done brought my paintbrush. Did you see what we drew? And a last life of death couldn't keep me from you. Hold my hand, sit with me in the groove. I walk in, all white. Could you teach me some moves? I done brought my paintbrush. Did you see what we drew? And a last life of death couldn't keep me from you. So I live forever. Many lives search for hidden treasure, live a lecture, found it within. And I'm too rich to measure, miss your neck, miss the net, miss illumination, misses never, you the circle, and the circumambulation. Stay on point in the center where the perfect grand equation. I greet you with a kiss on your fed out when you awaken. Mother in the sun, that's the science of a mason. In time I had to grow beyond the ciphers I was raised in. Achieved the 7 circles and I mastered the glow. 7 Libra seeds, the reason I fall back with the show. Astrology is gotta lead us, I imagine it so. Bruce, Zodiac, Roy, Elam, casted in gold. Soul Reaper, flow bleacher, I done shattered the mold. The pattern is cold, your lab is my abode. This path is too cold, it's warm in your presence. Beauty so pure, it was born from the essence. Galore effervescence. Each moment we're together is a reward, it's a present. That's why it's called presence. Brightest fluorescence. Hear ye, feel me, silence all peasants. I spit it all with you if I had 94 seconds. Years, months, days, the science is all lesson. You could be my classmate, beauty in your math shape. Truth you couldn't castrate, a blind film director. This movie, it wasn't half-baked. Zodiac calendar, remembered every past date. Money is time. Spitting every sin with you, cause I'm in love with your shine. Sit with me in the groove, I walk in, all white. Could you teach me some moves? I done brought my paintbrush. Did you see what we drew? And a last life of death couldn't keep me from you. Hold my hand, sit with me in the groove, I walk in, all white. Could you teach me some moves? I done brought my paintbrush. Did you see what we drew? And a last life of death couldn't keep me from you. See the aura is real, it's no magic show. Come with me, there's more than you see, that no map can show. The journey lays ahead of you now, there's one path to go, the afterglow. Everyone knows I am the master, yo. Test to see the aura is real, it's no magic show. Come with me, there's more than you see, that no map can show. The journey lays ahead of you now, there's one path to go. Yo, still glowing brightly on rooftops while doing yoga. The lotus hold the control the nightly. Stroking lightly with a poet psyche. He's saying, hold me tightly, no one's like me. He discovered the move was so natural. Being clumsy, confused, and so casual. Have you ever felt the golden glow, gas and boom, magical? This glass of perfection given was leopard driven. On top of 7th heaven's cloud, they connected kissing. Brain rush, no paintbrush to making exhibitions. Bruce ZEROY, radiant, body guardian, protector of the vanity mirror for Zora charging them. Set them throwing punches, he beat him by outsmarting them. clowns charging it, but rarely challenges come. Word spread fast and they don't wanna battle the one bro who beat the shogun to the gun show. What's up though? Outside the shop with bitches posted up to see bus flows. Years passed, cry like tear gas in the wind. The whole neighborhood was sad when Pops moved from his skin. Asked Ritzy to run the shop, he couldn't do it right then. After starting a rap career, he made a group with his friends. Moved the jerks to disturb, he was smooth with the pen. Like Eddie, when he moved to the pen, called two to the chin. His first night alone with no crew to defend. While I'm Laura at events, only few could attend. Lifestyles and glamour, hoping I ain't losing my zen. Until Laura started stiff and white, abuse it again. Can't protect her from herself, can't excuse or pretend. Throwing punches at addiction, hurt her too in the end. From a man to a god, now he human again. Off screen with stimulants, but on screen they're innocent. Time flew clean for some years, remaining vigilant. Wrong crowd playing songs loud behind the limo tent. Find that they're never glad to weather the storm. Her leggings egging me on like the head of a sperm. Now she's pregnant, got the silver glow, her belly was firm. Before Nas, war scars here to never return. My old master reached Miami and he left in an urn. On a mission, he could only go to heaven to learn. To see his mother, he ain't tell me she was wrestling with worms. Hey yo, had an overzealous student like I'm Nexus, my turn. You know the one that kicked Johnny, kept on telling him stern. He wasn't ready, green with envy, who could measure the burn concern. One day he telling Z-Boy, I'ma be the master soon. Challenge you and beat you from the morning to the afternoon. Your face on the mural, doves, candles, and some black balloons. Hit you with a blow strong enough that it could crack the moon. While you stressing there, warming up your whack platoon. The nerve of this guy with her in his eye. All he ever did was train him, now he's thirsty to fly. But I can't grow wings for you till the birds in the eye. He said gently as he turned through his shuriken by. In his peripheral recorded, are you sure again, Bob? Won't take no for an answer. We kept his back to him and just glowed with the grandeur. No longer rocking yellow tight clothes like bananas. With question marks coming at his dome like the antlers. Cameras camouflaged in the stones like salamanders. While scanning reviewed the footage, it was there and he knew it. His student had an emerald green glow when he threw it. Rep is so faint, took the tape just to view it. He hit the rooftop, took a break to compute it. And Laura like, come and get this plate, I just stewed it. While dancing to soul music, he planted it so rooted. The channel is so fluid from horse dances, thought branch with birds on the limb. And with chirping thought bubbles, that emergency grin. She like, you know, I could read you like a psychic again. Like I write it in pen. Express lines that extend between the temples in your head, held them tightly and then a loud giggle in the back. They little guys like tennis, calendars flip, and time when clocks to turn digital. The troubles they forgotten, but watching nurse miserable. Steady growing stronger to shock the world cynical. Saw it in him since a young seed pod, the florist. Read in the Starkosaurus, destiny is marching toward us. The most wealthy with the chi over the Starkoporus. He wants the power for himself cause he got Mars and Taurus. After he left the school, some legends that say he went to get a drink and ran into the devil that day. Familiar voice from behind, he still remembers the way he had Z-Boy shook enough to kiss his steps on display. In his 50s, hair streaks turned electrical gray. Unshaven, drunk laying, punch his head in the days. He be starting bar fights, believing stress in his spray. Still biting kicks, flying fists, weapons to play. They pursued him to the alley once he stepping away. Zone up, he yelled twice, turn no second delay. Said he wants to build a rap, started stretching like, hey, I just got a proposition. Fight me and I'll listen. Above heard the peeping Toms hiding in the kitchen, close they blinds. If you last one round or have an open mind, kicked you out, did he blows clashing any given time. He's staring at his one eye raised to gain a couple pounds, searching for the golden glow in him, but it still wasn't found. Swinging, kicking over trash cans before they touched the ground. Made him levitate with his rage, guess he in trouble now. Ducking down, buckle up, taking him to Knuckle Town. Red light, green light, counted 1 to 3, right? Towered underneath height, you became solid, muscle pounding in the street fights. When he told him that's the power of the J Dragon, but he can't hold it long enough and it's still faint passing. For Bruce Z-Roy, they had a mutual contempt, so they joined forces cause they both knew what it meant. Bond that grew to cement, bound to show him how to harness it and shoot with intent. Enough he did it all in all. Redemption and revenge as the meanest, he just wants to get his mention in the end. Z-Roy, behind the glow, still conceives the pump. My training, you be ready, you can eat him for lunch. New moon above their heads, Mars and Venus conjunct. Z-Roy, oblivious, wouldn't even have thunk. While he teaching the young guard to retreat from a skunk. Fight him and you both stink, who can weed through the funk? As he sat and meditated, holding beads of a monk. Have you fought inside the rings of a tree in the stump? Can you calculate the amount of tea leaf that I drunk? He could levitate for minutes, he could leap with a jump, and even teleport whoever thought the flow would remain. And evolve beyond the Kundalini, open his brain, and it transferred to his son in the fallopian rain. He's that blue star China that the Hopis explain. Couldn't see the ultrasound cause it was glowing in flame. Blue lighting in the glow that still shows in his vein. Taught to keep his talents hidden, never show it in vain. To make it through a small window if you go through the pain. Light, but some lessons only smoke can explain. I rose up the chain, the sun you awoke in this plane. Child of the indigo that was born in the glow. So I answered every question that you wanted to know. But will it last and melt away like writing thoughts in the snow? If you learn the ways of nature, you can talk to a crow. They spend weeks out of state, taking walks as they grow. Steps of ascension, walks on the path to bloom. For the seeds stressing their leaves, but they don't have the room. It all started as a word, then it happened. The head tells the tale, the return of the dragon. Steps of ascension, walks on the path to bloom. For the seeds stressing their leaves, but they don't have the room. It all started as a word, then it happened. The head tells the tale, the return of the dragon. More relaxing since they moved to the A. We bought a new club together, pulled their roots from the clay. They celebrated, lift the ceiling on the coupe that was gray. The sun went to close the club, but guess who's shooing the way? Pushed me back instead of attackers, man moved in the play. With techniques his pop taught him, 6 moved in the fray. 6 more that stood above him in acoustic array. Kicked 2 over the steps, the 3 with shooters to spray. His blue aura bouncing backwards to the music they play. Royal priesthood on the map, no one dude's in the way. On the stage where the battle's nostalgic, you hear, you know why, but this war was fighting blindfold. See with no eyes, he made his final call with no phone. Ain't need a boat tied, no way that we could find our way home and leave the boat dry. It's raging waters of bed, slaughter the final foe. The lights were now darkest than the limelight glow. From the shadows of the room emerged the villain for show. Reading over bright emerald, and it isn't for show. Felt like stories of his father throwing fists in the road. So persistent with blows, but for show can slow time down. A spell could just rock you to sleep and slow your mind down. A headphones to neutralize if he could get to high ground. They had the same teachers, so he mirrored his moves. Broke the DJ table, split it, spinning, kickers improved. They throwing records back and forth, taking trip to the blues. When he was on the ground, bleeding, lightning hit him for food. On his feet, but not the floor, and feel the tip of his shoes. Rip the suit from off his chest, and his assassin sense was avant-garde. He got lessons in Medina, check the knowledge. God's Z logo on his tank top is like a calm massage given by the hands of the wind that made the monologue. The self-talk that made itself walk with no entourage. Battleground, spit him outside like his bomb the dark. The show where the years for this day, close to an eon. Hit him like a prayer from the ghost of an imam. Zone of God Mecca, I'm the shogun of P-Line. Then he got hit so much blows he couldn't respawn. Plan to go to war with the wicked with no Dion. I'm the one you must hurry with no Dijon. The blue aura cold in his veins just like Freon. But glow like it's neon, punch a hole in a Nissan. Knock them out cold with no shoulder to lean on. Perspective that they had that was so disagreed on. Both of them were reborn, then ZEROY and Lover King. Pulling up, looking all struck, his son and off the pain. His mother joked to Superman now, and they still call the name. But that's a tale of another aura snake. Dragon tail scales of a song that we can all relate. Talk to base messages that spoke with no tongue. We're so proud of you, you're everything we hoped you become. As the sunrise approached, tis a toast to the sun. It's like man, woman, child, all awoken as one. Full circle, the return of the dragon. Spine full of musical scales, so just imagine the serpent in the sound waves back with flying past them. 7 seals, zodiac, all Messiah fashion. Full circle, the return of the dragon. 360 degrees, when am I lacking? Not a thing, shining stars in the ring. Birth of the zodiac god, divine passion. King the immortalized man to a titan. Superman the man, fill my hands with the lightning. Eyes hold forever, understand, be enlightened. Superman the man, I expand your horizon. King the immortalized, man super titan. Superman the man, still I am is exciting. Eyes hold forever, understand, be enlightened. Superman the man, raise your hands, I'm arriving. What if tree of life fruits that we plant didn't ripen? I'm the man with the trident from the hands of Poseidon. I ain't never been stiller than my hands when I'm sniping. I made they been still a laser beam from my eyes sin. Something about Mary sat with Christ and the wise men, shining on my sun return while icing on the cake. Roman candles got it covered like the icing on the cake. The frost stings like the bite of a snake. Wings on the boulevard, guess the lions awake. Bottled in my flesh suit, so the brightness won't escape. Thinking I'm a man when I'm a bolt of lightning on the break. An escaped angel, clearly trying to hide amongst the apes. Mystic science is awake. This is window psilocybin. When you've been as still as I am, but traveled everywhere at once. Who bends the will of iron? When I was sent to kill the skyman, been an iron with a thought. No one so high they can't relate. They've been denying I'm the boss. I'm a nation of fate. I ain't ancient like 8. That's infinite. I am ancient. I am made it. Quite amazing. I am raising the gate. Between the spirit world and matter, I remain with no weight. Like a first line, Superman, jury, your candidate. Bright crystal stones glisten, come and polish the rock star. God's plan's the greatest, that's astrology, rock bar. Time is fast hands, I be watching the clock spar. King the immortalized, man to a titan. Superman the man, fill my hands with the lightning. Eyes hold forever, understand, be enlightened. Superman the man, I expand your horizon. King the immortalized, man to a titan. Superman the man, still I am is exciting. Eyes hold forever, understand, be enlightened. Superman the man, raise your hands, I'm arriving. Superman landscape, drew me in the landscape. He spoke supreme math to the humans, he would translate. Beauty in the ant shape, cue me when the plants wake. Springtime clock gears, Gucci in the handshake. Overlap, wrote the rap, lyrics on the finish line. To Jesus, Jesus. How you playing, reach the cusp, bowing off the spear line. Bowing like a twisted spine, blowing up like sniffing lines. Glowing sun, cryptic signs. Swedish root growing on the thinnest vine, Aquarius the Taurus. Transformed from man to bull, nasty Gnostic. The world is Jaws, that's a mandible. Mr. Tricky, happy Ghostbuster. Pendable, bamboo. Fools with minds empty, but their hands are full to masturbate. Emotional tricks that they don't plan to pull. Tales of the Morris Nabbies that walk with half-breeds. Atlanteans that cross with man-seeds across the Andes. Carrying the bloodline of God until their hands bleed. Bullets I already heard coming, that's a stampede. Remix the rail, you can base your post off his. Jump them on next like vampires when they can't feed. King the immortalized, man to a titan. Superman the man, fill my hands with the lightning. Eyes hold forever, understand, be enlightened. Superman the man, I expand your horizon. King the immortalized, man to a titan. Superman the man, still I am is exciting. Eyes hold forever, understand, be enlightened. Superman the man, raise your hands, I'm arriving.
Now that feels just about like a plantation. We're all indentured servants. When I found out there were 8 presidents before George Washington, I wanted to smack somebody. You know, I wanted to know why I was taught otherwise. Just tell me the whole story. I'll fill in the blanks.
Are you ready for the pendulum swing? That brings us back on the top, where we meant to be kings. They say my mental has wings. Too brilliant for you. Introducing a man who embodies a revolution. Time in my DNA, thoughts beyond human. There's only winning, I fought beyond losing. Cop street fight in the court style. Your jurisdiction is rooted in pure fiction. Make the captain jump ship, either exit or execution. My music shock and eclectic electrocution. I always said when I reach heaven, I'm never moving. Truman Show, the stage became small, there ain't no room to blow. My vibe is so high in the hood, I'm like a UFO. Marty McFly, I got that Back to the Future glow. Our backs against the law cause we forgot what we used to know. Return of the ancient ones. Why the smart plague and dumb, you looking so lame. When I rhyme, put you to shame for fun. You being chased with freedom's at stake, I make the agents run. Every zombie's a potential god, sleepwalking. Freedom's calling to you wake inside a deep corking. We're rocking moccasins, bopping enough fedora and pouring bottles up incredible thoughts of my supporters. But you ain't taking time for exploring your own aura, so you trapped in a strap and you cornered on the corner. The cheese you rats is chasing ain't worth the half of this course in your galactic guard warrior, rapid and art formula. Pay attention when I stand at the podium. You rappers check for bars, I'm checking who's gotten over them. And it ain't even that you weak when you rap. You bring scoop and get the puddles like you deep when you lack the basic nutrients for me to even eat you for snack. Smack you brutally, and I ain't even need to attack. But trying to be on trap beats instead of being in the trap.
The Negro is still languished in the corners of American society.
I don't fear, oh no. My soul's with me. Alright, intermission, we gonna let it breathe for just a second. Let you catch your breath. Cool off for a minute, cause we about to turn it up. Because I ain't scared like your parents these days to say your music sucks. But I got news for us. That ain't your music, that's a government experiment geared to shoot your future up. Like Sierra Leone, not the singer, he without sin. I threw this capstone at all you thinkers. The judgment bringer, I come with 100 Incas. Cacao Olmec, my queen's the color of Medina. Avocado mask, skins like butter on the features. My window never had the smoke screen of non-believers. And these days you can't tell the dons from who's the divas. I'm hot before the fever unlocked the door that keeps you in prison and hard to reach it with wisdom from out the ethers. My record is an ancient script. Historians be reaching in they craze to get. My creative gift is an ancient myth told for generations. The soul of many nations and one man who's taken the head of plenty sayings. The day spinning slip through my fingers just like grains of sand. You feel you hate, I am the sun here to awaken man. The dawn of a new day, rise and get ready. My mind, it gets heavy while blacks dance. Connect the words melanin and melody. Don't meddle with the pedals, be gentle on the brakes. Your body is the world's soup when they sent you from outer space. Murder without a case, a burglar without a safe. Through each hole they spiral kundalini like a shoe. The serpent is like the lace, dispersed without a trace, like ghosts without a face. In this life, my soul's out of its place. Who's the Anunnaki planet rock flow is amazing grace. God bless me with telepathy, excellence to ecstasy, submerge another continent, probably make an extra C. I'm making extra me, binary star system programmer for Mars destiny, planetary projection of light that makes holograms. Hollow man made of space dust, Akashic sand, nirvana the promised land. I'm written upon a land, invisible sonogram, predicted the common man. Give tickets for web traffic and digital contraband. Hold up a lost call and admitting that I'm the man. Peace. No doubt. Alright. From a cosmic grave site, buried in dark matter, one page in the book of life became lengthened in large chapters. You can't spit your song after a lyrical born master with spiritual core valor. Each lyric is stars hammered, don't bicker with horse manners. I'm gifted with more answers for lyrics that cause cancer, verbal intercourse, tantra. Yo, PR to Atlanta to Lemuria, Atlantis. Yo, they can't handle this. Didn't read the manuscript. My ship just appeared on the earth without landing it. Then I vanished quick.
But what if the people who told you that you wasn't from there actually received checks and actually swore oaths? Not to tell you what you really are. So they can walk around and beat you and take advantage of your birthright and inheritance without you catching on to it. not from here. You've been taught that you're an alien.
And you don't even challenge it even in your own mind. That's slavery. And it's a pact you just made with them. And so you've agreed to a fraudulent jurisdiction that they created. And then it makes it legal because you're great.
So when you're out of your culture, you are out of your living mind. And it's very dangerous when somebody else defines your thought pattern. And whose education are you getting? You can't get a good education in these universities. What I'm teaching you today, none of it came from their institutions. Brothers and sisters, your best education is to go to the source. Go to the source.
Yo, I write so many bars, this is Jasmine Taz, Alcatraz, slowly hopping out the jag. Biggest, most latest chips fresh like they spit out the back. And label me without the tag, my science is right out the lab. Killing all the doubt you had, smooth as ever, super feathers, looking like we grew together through forever. Shoes of leather, human sweater, solar vessel, show you that my flow is special. You a treasure, living jewel, taking you to spirit school. Mr. Cool, wisdom view, hungry minds love to dime. Praying in my stomach shrine, hatred isn't colorblind. Ancient with a young design, patient with a cup of wine. Holy grail, no some braille, playing through the cobra scales, spit a tune. They consume the fool who try to steal the moon. Skeleton with say your tune, skinny did within the hips. Send my shit between the lips. Come again, odd fate, you can reincarnate. Umi is a stargate, beauty that the law makes. Drew me in the heart shape. I shot Cupid with a bullet that I lost straight. Right between the night and gleaming dawn, I'm sure the light's a dream. Gotta shine my light extreme. Vision quest, introspect. Imhotep, intellect. I pass but never intersect. Parallel, magic spell, in effect, indirect. Find me on the internet. Guided by a silhouette, hoping we can still connect. Poems of a skillful vet, walking through the narrow hall of alcoholic basketball, taking shots and missing them. Patience is a discipline, they will make you live again. Statuesque master chef, this is life after death. Rip the mic, have the next. Music for the seeds, you can blast us in your bassinet. Is your life mastered yet? Study your rising sign, did the right mass connect? One step at a time, develop my mind like a mental weightlifter. That essential brain twist to help me get in the rain quicker. How the Christian saints differ. 12 signs, zodiacs, twist the same picture like you sipping strange liquor. May wisdom remain with her. Beauty's a mirage, quit the human sabotage. Earth for you to master lodge. Sure I am, words of man, walk across the burning sand. Always had the urge to plan. Watching as my world expand, a spot you don't deserve to stand. Royal the grand choir, joy of the man's fire. I got so much love in my circle, I stand higher. My blood is so pure, it could poison the vampire. Oil the land miners, knowledge the born pride, get it added another cipher. Passion of the Christ pure, and actually I'm quite sure my magic is the right cure. Pass it on your flyer, supply and demand. For the asker and the buyers, I'm the actual messiah in the natural attire. This is science for the lands. How they think they touching me, really, I don't understand. Science for the lambs, universal orchestra, guided by my hands. Moves to the crab, lions and the rams, mind over matter. I am over rappers like sky is over land. Science for the lambs, universal orchestra, guided by my hands. Moves to the crab, lions and the rams, mind over matter. I am over rappers like sky is over land. fooling. Why you think that you're ruling when you can't even measure? I think you're confused and lost and made it all worse when you think it's improving. You claim your law and order, you just bring this confusion. You thinking you're winning, can't you see that you're losing? There's no defeat in nature, you need it sooner or later. You walk on lunar craters, really compute the data. Use your logic and reason. Who would stop you from seeing? You can't conquer my semen. Who you comical demons? The world's fixed in a square. Why you think that you're moving? You think that it's real, go on when you blink it's illusion. Who you think you deceiving? What you think you achieving? Who you think is believing? All them lies that you telling. Intuition is lightning. I am guided by heaven. Sail the skies like Magellan. European explorers brought disease to the waters, more to sea in your office. Brought police to the borders, more wicked people to torture. We were cleaner and purer, unbelievable over holy breath stolen. Death is where freedom will cost you. Expurgatorious, they ain't burn all of us. I spit that glory, cause God is the truth is born in us. Mathematician vision, study the formulas. Create the world with words, love is the orator. Gotta feel this like Hymen, dropping tears from the sky and you can hear it is crying. Every year in the frying, Pangea labyrinth. We all ain't Africans. The alma rockin' flying flags from the ancient times to modern days. Props on the stage, on the face of a lion. No locks in my cage, what a miracle I am. Disappear like the Mayans, look how high that I'm climbing. I am guided by wise men, society's dying. Ain't you tired of trying to hold the judgment back? There's no discussing that, smoke till I'm high as a Ryan. You know it's medicine, get better to keep us in sickness. I smoke brief for religious cameras on streets is suspicious. God made food for thought, damn it, my speech is delicious. Don't listen to liars, dressing the Christian, the tiger, manifesting destiny. Dumb the verses touch the surface, what's the purpose? Hating on creation like love is worthless. Who you think that you cheating with your secret agreements when the creator knows it? I reached the mountaintop, I couldn't stay below it. The key that found the lock, raced me around the clock, hopped on the cloud and I floated. I got the power, showed it. You didn't, now you know it. Now you know it. Now you know it. Yeah, when you're lying to the people, throw them in the cage till the lions come and eat you. Just the dummies who believe it. So what's your worth to someone who doesn't see it? When you're lying to the people, throw them in the cage till the lions come and eat you.
The turnaround time to look at a pathogen and be able to make drugs and vaccines that fit to that pathogen. So we can have tools, but those tools need to be put into an overall global health system, and we need preparedness. The best lessons, I think, on how to get prepared are, again, what we do for war.
Because you never know what they're going to do, but then again, on the other hand, you are the God. What is your agenda? So what they do here is they take us out of our agenda by making you focus on fear, on what they're going to do next. Who gives a... Whatever they do, they've already done it to us, and we didn't even know about it.
I got them fascinated, I am so right. I got them captivated, looking to my lights. Low self go blind by the higher gain sight. Source burn eternal, despite you can't fight. I got them fascinated, I am so right. I got them captivated, looking to my lights. Low self go blind by the higher gain sight. Source burn eternal, despite you can't fight. You travel in dark tunnels, this path to the law brung you. Mastered the hard jungle, sabbatical star rumble. Watch the planets fight, clashing titans, smashing up the Coliseum. I don't see the number one yet, and so I gotta be him. And if you show up, then I gotta beat him. knowledge, freedom, wisdom. This is beauty that consume me. It's forbidden if you choose me. This is wisdom for the new G's. This is no little Uzi. You knew the procedure. It's that Fukushima super easy through your speaker. It's that turn it up, blast it while your head nod. This that resurrected spirit of a dead God that was really sleeping, laughing. They ain't hear me breathing, battling with spirit demons, snatch them out the bed squad. I'm still at it with this magic I'm releasing. Kai Zodiac L, my status is increasing. Rumor has it I'm the baddest in the region. City, state, country, or the universe sleeping. My hood is a superdome, firmament, galaxy. Hologram Sims, we are all a big fallacy. Projections of the Uno, step into this new flow. I got older, but the lessons never grew though. When many Lagos hit the essence of the truth, whoa. Had to say get epiphany, I'm fascinated. It took a moment, then the mystery evaporated. Who puts opponents next to Mr. Get Decapitated? They buy jewels, but they spirit is dilapidated. Like any ghetto, I rip it to any tempo. Christen the instrumental, kissing my amaretto. Forget it, I'm dropping elbows. Cornering the marker, show the river, let me part it. They whispering I'm the smartest, hold the trigger, go consider. Maybe switching up your target, this is lyrical catharsis. If rappers and police kill niggas, don't it mean that they in the same department? With different badges, ink is on the parchment. Paper lions, pray that I am risen, I am God's gift. Get up out these hardships, get inside my starship.
I got them fascinated, I am so bright. I got them captivated, look into my lights. Low self, go blind by the higher gain sight. Swords burn eternal, inspired, you can't fight. I got them fascinated, I am so bright. I got them captivated, look into my lights. Low self, go blind by the higher gain sight. Swords burn eternal, inspired, you can't fight.
Yeah, they're fascinated by my alkaline accolades. Raise the planet's health, this a mastermind masquerade. Still fresh, I can magnetize half my age. Build yes, cause you have to shine, that's the way. It's new times, better nights and brighter days. Sipping truth wine, step into a higher stage. Enter the arena cheering, you feel the people screaming. The fear is disappearing, you feel the secret teachings, the hidden mysteries, forbidden history. It's such a gift to me, I puff considerably. Love my delivery, ears until the speakers glue. Linger on my next word, elevate the evil mood. And what do we conclude? Nature is a gift. When you open up the moment, then the haters don't exist. So I hope the mic opponents learn to make it through the mist. Gourmet thought food, you should place them on your dish. Wake and bake, rise and grind, wake up blowing piff. Roll the planets like dice, watch me shake them in my fist. About to make my own eclipse. It's a flame you don't dismiss. It's a danger to resist, using nature to predict.
I got them fascinated, I am so right. I got them captivated, look into my lights. Low self, go blind by the higher gain sight. Swords burn eternal, inspired, you can't fight. I got them fascinated, I am so right. I got them captivated, look into my lights. Low self, go blind by the higher gain sight. Swords burn eternal, inspired, you can't fight.
I say you create the world around you. Well, that's what you do. They give you all of this fear, and you create the world around you. So now you looking next for what the they gonna do, and they ain't gonna do shit. They waiting on us. From now on, y'all need to get out all that conspiracy shit. They don't have no power. But the problem here is that you all are mistaking that for knowledge. What the government gonna do? The government. This is what the gods do. We're gods now. The shit done shifted. We create their existence and their stability to still reign through our fear.
As far as the movement of energy, and how energy forms and transforms itself. I have an understanding of that. Everything starts out as an idea.
Yeah, I was born with my halo shining. Love is light, mine is bright, keep the haters hiding. Summer nights puffing pipes, this is ancient science. What delight crushing mics, y'all some paper lions. Open jungle fall and stumble at the feet of God. Thoughts I brung you up and stung you if you see it all. What disaster got these rappers wearing leotards? My spirit could beat the charge, I clearly can see the cards face down. The ace of spades found on every deck. Human race don't exist when we neck and neck. In the matrix, I'm the glitch, you can check the specs. A to Z, say by say. proceeds. It's an SOS navigator sleeping in these optical illusions. My journey never led me to the popular conclusion. I'm a rockin' revolution, tower metahuman, the scientist. I'm saying down this prana that I'm using. Count the dots and spread it, moving around and conquer. That's in ruins before you get to one. It seems the shots already moving, living karma, retribution, algorithms and number lines. Clock of destiny, hours, minutes, a dozen chimes. It's our religion is counterfeit in the sun's design. I'm about to get him, I'm out there fishing the supper time. I got a measure in alchemists and colorblind. I'm God forever, a polished treasure, I'm bottled wine that's so aged that I filled it in my last life and reincarnated to sip it because my blood's divine. An enigma that's too strange and undefined. Picture huge flame, butane and budded vines with no hands. I wrote this whole page before I touched the line. Hear the truth in God's name in this blood of mine, blood of mine, blood of mine.
According to the teachings, there's never been a time when man was not. But in order to understand that, we got to go into the idea or the conversation about what is your understanding of a man.
This is because in this path of illumination, we find that everything is a thought form from the mind of God. And all those thought forms have a pattern to them.
Yeah. My sun showers are never cold. I be sleeping above flowers on beds of gold. I be deep in that love tower, hermetic road. Times be chilly like thugs, bouncers, and Eskimos. Got the filthy be done out and go ahead and go. I write like I was sniffing on gunpowder. You never know lines that blow your mind. My veins are the bonds that contain the solar wine. Come drink from what I think. Take sips of consciousness. I explain what's so declined, but seeds that are buried become trees of cherries. They just orbs with bodies. From sunbeams to berries, from unseen and stealthy to buds, leaves and veggies. My gun beam is steady, the sun chief's machete. Moors and Mars, the vast top, the head is up above. All you seen was red dots. 7 up, 7 chakras, 7 swords, 7 cups. Holy fluid, endocrine gland spills from 7 ducts. Yoga music get with the program. It's death a must. Islam pillars, destiny car dealers. The gods iller, I read when the stars whisper. From peace to war, from Gandhi to Godzilla. Come to teach you all the Mahdi, Ka family.
In which at a certain point, when the heart becomes open and unarmored, and we cultivate this feeling of unconditional love, there is a ignition of a kind of spiritual spark within the heart. And what happens then is that they describe it as an etheric rose light arises from the heart and moves up to what's commonly called the third eye center. And with that rose etheric stream, it enters into the centers in the head, that area that is technically at the third ventricle of the brain and was known as the cave of Brahma in the Indian teachings. This is a particular area that's open in the head that has a space between the pineal and pituitary glands. And as this space becomes illuminated, it leads to direct spiritual vision.
Okay, you ready to go to sleep?
Can you read me the best life story first? Because I like staying up tonight.
You better get your rest though.
Yeah,
Story?
Yes, please.
Alright, what you got in mind?
How about this story? I haven't read it at all, but can you?
Let me see. Tarot. Show animations. Reading our tales. Okay. By KA-GREGATION. Let's see. Spirals in the air when you breathe and exhale. From Aries to Ram to Libra to Scale. Each card is a page as the secrets unveil. These are true animations, reading our tales. Spirals in the air
tower card. Our story started with a fool who was a vagabond, dressed in rags, nothing but a stick that was a magic wand. Headdress with feathers, he suffered from amnesia, so we watered like a gypsy while puffing on plant reefer, just trying to fit each piece of the puzzle like Pangea. Key to open depths that were hidden, where he met the magician, hat brim infinity shape, trained metaphysician. He gave a premonition, helped him with the struggle, extend his hand and gave his aura above his belt buckle. Next he met the high priestess who gave him telekinesis. Moon below her toes, UFO in the Venus glyph. Beam me to the Empress, crowned with 12 stars in it, one for each sign of the zodiac opulence, joined by the emperor whose roar made the heavens shake. The emperor ram's horns in the letter shape, dressed in red, Mars upon his head, let it resonate. Images replaced by 4 Moors like our former glory. Great performer, listen closely if you want the story. Next came the hieroglyphic phantom of the optimist, primer the Indian, hierophant astrologist, throwing up the sign of peace, gave him wisdom, sent him straight to Eden, but the time was brief for even in the blind belief. Sleeping Beauty lover's card, rode off in the chariot, canopy of heaven, 2 sphinxes trained to carry it. Signs in his brain with the reins to a justice, ruler king measured on the scales for the justice. Humming at the mountaintop, standing at the cuspice, lancing with the star. David shot it in his one fist, who spun the wheel of force and blindfolded with a sun disc. With strength to hang the man who was a bat like getting gun fist, who legs were crossed like Jupiter's. Death remained among myth, skeleton upon the horse, reaper in the psychic flames. Ghost rider speaking prediction before the cycle came. Next he came to a river and saw a vision, an angel with 2 cups in her hands for temperation to cool the hot-headed, and viewed the exorcism, 1 foot in water, 1 foot on the land like noble Jew, Pope a caterpillar, books in the sand, forming spirits back in bodies till they couldn't expand. Bartender of the breath of man, chalice of the body, tempted by the devil, back from Mephistopheles, offered fame but lost his name, inheritance and property. Now we reach the beginning, but it tarot the tower, climb the spiral staircase, coming kind of the flower, human body, stellar dweller, Kabbalatry, struck by 6 zodiac bolts that made the robbers flee, jumping from the windows, shocking revelation, 9/11, spinal resin, cosmic elevation, beneath the sun, moon and stars, he watched the set awaken, the council of the 7 lights above him like a Sagan, making wishes from the dragon that exists for the occasion, probabilific, everlasting words written in the flames of Mayan, mystic spell casting, mystic wisdom spells Latin, rotary, notary, rotor wheel spoke to me, Torah turn, Taurus, Torah in the rotor tree, ring around the rosary, Aries in the ovaries, Rosemary's baby still buried in the code you see, all the book of life stories written in the card deck, fishing with a large net, how distant can the stars get? It's so close like I'm sitting in the star jet, dollars worth more than gold is in ignorance and large debt, vision how the bond is met, miracle in bronze flesh, did you see the tale that is written in your arms? Yo, flowers in the air when you breathe and exhale, from Aries the ram to Libra the scale, each card is a page as the secrets unveil, these are true animations, reading our tales, spirals in the air when you breathe and exhale, from Aries the ram to Libra the scale, each card is a page as the secrets unveil, these are true animations, reading our tale.
Well, it's time for me to go to bed.